We're going to start the meeting up. This is the October 12th, 2023 Town of Fishkill Planning Board meeting. And the meeting's called to order at 7:05 p.m. Would you all please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thanks everyone. We have a pretty long agenda tonight, as we usually do. It turns out that all 7 voting members will be here tonight. We're expecting Felix Lopez to be here anytime now. I also wanted to just quickly mention the 2024 Planning Board meeting schedule is now available. It's on the town's website, and it's basically the same type of schedule that we've had in past years, the second Thursday of each month. So you can find the new schedule there. I did want to mention at the upfront part of the meeting that we had received an email from the O'Malleys, who actually I see are here tonight, about construction that's going on at the herring site. I'm not going to get into the details, but we had also provided that email to John Bodendorf, our planning board engineer, and I just briefly talked to John about that. So I don't know if you want to just mention what you're going to be able to do about looking at the site.
I'd like to perform a site visit, and I'd like to invite the applicant's engineer to join me so that we can take a look at what's existing versus what was approved.
Okay, thanks, John. Also, at this point, before we get into the formal agenda, I'd like to ask for a motion from the board to modify tonight's agenda under project reviews to defer the Continental Commons Site Development Plan, Special Use Permit, and Subdivision resolutions to a future meeting agenda due to the applicant not providing the planning board engineer with requested information that's really necessary to proceed with the resolutions. I see that there's a representative of the applicant here. Let me get a motion first, and then I'll just give you a brief moment to speak. But that's basically the information that that we don't have is the construction estimates for the bond and inspection fee amounts. So if somebody would like to move that deferral on the agenda, the modification of the agenda.
So moved.
Moved by Anthony. Is there a second?
Second.
Bob seconds it. Okay, so under discussion, just come up to the podium and let us know what you have to say.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, members of the board. My name is Lee Lefkowitz from Zarin and Steinmetz. David Cooper was ordinarily here on this project. Wishes he could be here. He had a conflict tonight.
Yeah, bear with us here. Well, that sure woke me up.
Hendricks.
No, we think it was Felix because he walked in and then it started happening.
I messed everything up. I messed it all up.
Or else Pete just hooked it up to do that. Check, 1, 2.
All yours. That's right.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks. Go right ahead.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Lee Lefkowitz from Zarin and Steinmetz, on behalf of the applicant. So We received the draft resolution yesterday morning, so we sort of scrambled to try to get together the cost estimates that needed to be filled in there that you're referring to, that I understand CPL was looking for. So we did provide those this afternoon. I was going to suggest that that we could go forward with the resolution, and then in the event that those estimates, upon review, needed to be increased, we could proceed at our own risk that would be the case. But we did build in we did pad them a little bit to try to make sure that they would be high enough. So we were hoping that we could go forward tonight, but, you know, I assumed that would occur, so I came here for that reason to try to understand.
Let me quickly turn to John Bodendorf, our engineer, and my understanding is that what John did finally receive late in the afternoon were generic numbers without any cost estimate details in them, and we have no idea where those numbers came from or what they were based on.
Yeah, that's correct. It was just a total for the site development and then an estimate for the maintenance bond, but we have no idea what they were based on. So we really need a full breakdown of the cost estimates in order to advise the planning board properly.
And it wouldn't make any sense to fill in blanks or leave blanks in the resolution because the real numbers would probably be different, and we'd only have to have you come back for a reapproval of those resolutions.
Well, potentially, perhaps what could happen is that we fill in those blanks with the numbers we provided. We're happy to provide the backup after the fact, and in the event, upon review, it ends up being an inconsistency, and perhaps a technical memo could be issued to amend it. Just trying to come up with some ideas here that.
Yeah, well, that's, and we don't have time on the agenda to do that, so that's not the board's practice, and so we're going to move ahead with this resolution, this motion to defer, and again, hopefully we'll have the numbers in time for the November meeting and proceed on that basis.
You will. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and we've had discussion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so that agenda item is deferred until receipt of those numbers that we're looking for.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, and then the next thing on the agenda is approval of minutes. Board to adopt the April 13, 2023 meeting minutes. I had sent in some corrections, non-substantive corrections to the planning office. Do the members have any additional comments or corrections?
No.
Would someone like to move to approve and adopt the minutes of the April 13th, 2023 meeting?
So moved.
Okay, Jody moves it. Is there a second?
Second.
Anthony seconds it. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, the minutes are approved. Okay, here's our first real agenda item. This is the public scoping session for Fishkill self-storage, site development plan, and special use permit. There's a long, formal public notice description. I'm going to read parts of it, not the whole thing. But at 7 p.m. or as soon thereafter as possible, the Town of Fishkill Planning Board, acting as lead agency, will solicit public comment on the draft scoping document prepared by the applicant and the planning board for the project known as Fishkill Self-Storage. There's partial information here that we don't really need to get into. The applicant proposes to redevelop the project site with a two-story, 51,500 square foot self-storage facility, 26 parking spaces, landscaping, lighting, and stormwater management. The applicant and owner has requested a determination by the board pursuant to Town Code, Chapter 150, Section 150-19B, to permit a self-storage facility in the RB zoning district through the issuance of a special use permit. And this action would also require site development plan approval from the planning board, among other approvals. The lead agency determined on August 17th, 2023, that the proposed action has the potential to result in one or more significant adverse environmental impacts and that an environmental impact statement shall be prepared. The draft scoping document is a first initial step to guide the preparation of a draft EIS. And as per the seeker regulations, the goals of the scoping process are to focus the EIS on potentially significant adverse impacts and to eliminate consideration of impacts that are not significant or that are irrelevant. There's information about where people can find documentation about the application. That's in the planning department in the town of Fishkill Town Hall. There's also a copy of the draft scoping document available for viewing in the planning department and accessed on the town's website, and we actually do have extra copies of the scoping document here tonight if anybody is looking for them. Also, there's going to be a written comment period after tonight's public scoping session that will be until Thursday, October 19th, 2023, until 2 p.m. So that's the basic announcement. The planning board is going to discuss the draft scoping document as part of the scoping session after hearing comments from the public. So we're going to get into public comments in just a second. I wanted to indicate that the scoping session tonight is for comments related specifically to the draft scoping document itself and what should be included in the draft environmental impact statement, not on potential impacts of the proposed project at this point. That will be later. The potentially significant adverse impacts will be addressed in the EIS, and there will be a public hearing later on the draft environmental impact statement and the project after the environmental impact statement has been prepared and submitted and accepted as complete by the planning board. So we'll get into a little bit more about that in a minute. And also, I'll just mention the required postings and circulation of the notice of this public scoping session have been made as required by seeker, and that includes also the publication in the environmental notice bulletin. So, first step is I'd like to see if there's a motion to open this public scoping session.
So moved.
That's Fred moves it. Is there a second?
Second.
Jody seconds it. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, the public scoping session is open. So the first thing I'd like to do is ask our planning consultant, Liz Axelson from CPL, and with the assistance of our attorney, Dominic Cordisco, to explain the status of the seeker process so far, the EIS scoping process itself, and the basic elements of a scoping document, and where we go after tonight's public scoping session. So the floor is yours for now, and then we'll go as soon as we can to the actual public comments.
Okay. My name is Liz Axelson, AICP from CPL, Architecture and Engineering, and I'm the planning consultant to the planning board. And so I've been involved from the beginning, pretty much the planning board's review, and their review is involved reviewing applications, plans, an environmental assessment form, or EAF. They've been through several steps, and when the project got to a point where it was pretty well defined and the planning board felt ready, a draft full environmental assessment form part 2 is prepared, which lists the different impacts, and the planning board decides how they want that form to be filled out to indicate impacts. So they did that step, and they worked on that for quite a bit during a meeting, put a lot of thought into it. And then the planning board also adopted what's called a seeker positive declaration. Seeker is the New York State Environmental Quality Review, so State Environmental Quality Review, or seeker. A positive declaration means that the planning board was considering that the proposed action would have a significant adverse impact on the environment. So they adopted the seeker positive declaration and began the process of setting up a scoping session, and also the applicants' representatives, planner, attorney, engineer, and others, provided a draft scoping outline, and it was reviewed. And then the planning board worked very hard at another meeting, going over the draft scoping outline, providing lots of comments. And at some point, the board, we got to the point in a meeting where a scoping outline, I believe, could be adopted. There was some consultation between my office and the applicant's representatives to go back and forth and indicate ideas for the scoping outline. So we finally have an adopted scoping outline. And tonight, the idea is that this is the beginning of comments on the scoping outline for a draft environmental impact statement. It's a little bit more expanded environmental review document. And it basically goes through, describes the proposed action and the primary impact areas. And so the scoping outline basically gives kind of a list of the important things that need to be included in an environmental impact statement. And I just want to touch briefly that some of the main types of impacts that you'll see in the scoping outline, if you're looking at a copy, the environmental impacts include Chapter 2, land use, zoning, and community plans. Those are all very important impacts for consideration and evaluation, because the proposed action is a use that isn't listed in the restricted business zoning district. So land use, zoning, community planning, the comprehensive plan update, et cetera, consistency with the community character, the surrounding area, and also aesthetic resources. Those are a couple of major impacts. Then there are also parts in the outline. I'm looking at page 19 of 31, talking about open space and recreation, and Chapter 6, transportation and traffic. And so the EIS will begin describing the project, describing what is the site right now, that's called existing conditions, going through the impact areas and evaluating how the project will affect existing conditions. And then at the end, there is also a place, there's some typical sections, but one that's kind of important has to do with consideration of alternatives instead of the proposed action. And just briefly, so the board has worked very hard to get the scoping outline together. The purpose of the scoping outline is so that agencies can look at the scoping outline and write letters to the board, and they have until next Thursday to do that. This public session is intended for members of the public, whether you're a resident or not, to come forward and express any concerns about impacts that the proposed development might have on the site. And it's very important because the environmental impact statement scoping outline will be shaped in part by concerns expressed by members of the public and agencies. So I would encourage you to come forward and express, I would say, any concerns you may have, and I believe that the board and its consultants can figure out how and whether those would fit into the scoping outline, how we would revise it. And then after the scoping session, again, we'll have agency comments come in. The board, its consultants, and the applicant's representatives will put their heads together and figure out what changes need to be made to the scoping document, and then come back to the board so that it could be considered for adoption. I think those are the main things.
Yeah, and Dominic, do you have some additional comments to add to that? I was also just going to mention, just to clarify to the public, what we have in front of us tonight is a draft scoping document still. And so what will happen tonight and during the written public comment period is that, and also based on the board's own discussion later on tonight after the public speaks, is that the draft document could be further refined, revised based on all the comments we've heard and the board's own discussion. and then that'll turn into a final scoping document that the board will consider adoption of. So this is really still a draft, and so that's really the basis of what we want your comments on. Go ahead, Dominic.
Yes, the only thing that I would add is that in terms of, a substance as to whether or not the project should or shouldn't happen or should be potentially revised or comments on the actual project itself, there's going to be a second opportunity to comment on those things, because the next step in the process after the scope is that the applicant will prepare a draft environmental impact statement. That document will have all of the studies and analyses that are required in the scope, and then that document itself, once it's accepted as being ready for public review, will be made available, and then there will be a full public hearing. And that's really the public hearing that is important in terms of what your various different opinions are on the project. What's most helpful now, as the chairman mentioned earlier, are comments on the scope as to whether or not there are things that should be studied that perhaps aren't in the draft scope. That said, in the interest of turning it over to the public, I think the board did want to impose a 4-minute time limit for people to speak. Mm-hmm. So I'll be keeping time for that, and we'll see how it goes.
Good. Thank you, Dominic. And also, at this point, I just wanted to check to see if the applicant's representatives wanted to add anything at this point, just about the generic scoping process and what's currently in the draft document that we're looking at, and then we'll get into discussions later on after the public speaks.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, Taylor Palmer with the law firm of Cuddy & Fader on behalf of the applicant. Thank you for the opportunity to speak at this time. I think based on the memorandum that we received from the town planner, we will reserve those comments sort of as a bookend. That way we can hear the public's comments and be able to hopefully respond, at least in the scoping context, to those items. That way we can really try and put a bookend onto it. But we appreciate that opportunity, and we'll provide those comments at the end.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, so what I'd like to do is see a show of hands from people in the audience as to those who wish to speak at tonight's scoping session, get an idea of how many people are out there. So, yeah, I see about 6 or 7, so that's good. We appreciate that. We appreciate your coming. What I'm going to do is, in addition to the 4-minute time limit, we just have a few basic rules and that we use for any kind of a public hearing, and this is in its own way a public hearing. So speakers should come up to the podium and identify themselves so that their name may be entered into the record. Speakers limited to 1 turn at the microphone. Dominic will give you a 1-minute warning when the 4 minutes is underway. Speakers should provide new or different information or commentary. I know probably a lot of you will have the same kinds of ideas or thoughts, but if people are repeating the same kind of comments, it's kind of time consuming and not as helpful as hearing new comments from each person speaking. So also we are going to be taking comments in writing, as we said, so we encourage anyone even speaking tonight to submit comments in writing so that you can perhaps summarize your comments tonight and then submit more detailed comments later. Comments are limited to matters involving the business at hand before the board for the scoping session. We certainly discourage any kind of verbal interruptions or outbursts from the audience. I can see we have a very calm, controlled audience, so I'm sure that wouldn't happen. So with that, I think we're ready to go. So I think we're going to start up the actual public comment period. So again, please raise your hands if you'd like to speak. And okay, that gentleman right there raised his hand first, so why don't you come up to the podium and please give us your name and address.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Robert Johnson. I reside at 15 Van Ness Road in Beacon, New York. For the record, I've prepared comments in writing that I would like to submit at this time in the interest of time. I have my own comments as well as comments from 2 of our neighbors. I've made 13 copies of each, and I'll hand them to the chairman now.
Or hand them to Debbie and she'll distribute them.
Mr. Chairman, do you want these now, or do you want me to hold them until after?
Why don't you hold them?
Okay.
I think it's,
I appreciate that.
In addition, I have some photographs which were taken by one of the neighbors who's homesick with her children tonight. I'd like to submit those as well. I don't have 13 copies of this yet.
okay, that's fine.
Since I've submitted written comments, I'll use my 4 minutes to address the memorandum that the planning board's consultant posted just yesterday.
All right,
And
if I could just mention, we're going to have an extensive discussion on that memorandum later. You can say whatever you want to say, but we'd much rather hear your own personal viewpoints and comments rather than talking about a memorandum from our consultant that we haven't even discussed yet. Just to keep that in mind.
Right, I understand that, but it's my understanding that tonight is to decide what should be included in the scoping document, and it's my position that the 3 listed alternatives should not be included in the scoping document for the reasons that I'll articulate now. The first is a 40-room hotel. If we look at the comprehensive master plan, which is not mentioned in the memorandum, we see that the intersection of I-84 and 9D was identified in the comprehensive master plan as one of the most problematic intersections in the town of Fishkill. In addition, there were goals and objectives to provide some type of remedy for the traffic conditions and the safety conditions along that specific corridor. That was not mentioned in the particular memorandum, and as a result, I think that by adding a 40-room hotel with the possibility of 40 cars, plus the people who work there, keeping this open all night, 24 hours a day, is only going to make a dangerous situation worse. The comprehensive master plan envisions remedies, not situations that are going to make it worse. The second is a 7,000 square foot standalone restaurant. I equally oppose that for the reasons that I oppose the 40-room hotel, but in addition, I think it's just a bad location for a hotel. I'm familiar with the hospitality industry. Restaurants are very difficult. They operate on tight margins, there's stiff competition, and location is crucial. This location will not suffice for a restaurant, and we may end up with a failed business.
You've got 1 minute left.
The third is the subdivision. This smacks of suburban sprawl. I was recently on the Long Island Expressway, and houses go right up to the expressway. I think the comprehensive master plan speaks of a town and country environment for the town of Fishkill, not suburban sprawl. I think that that's something that people try to escape from, and that's why they moved to Dutchess County. The last thing I want to mention that I think should be included is some discussion of a green initiative. It surprises me that that hasn't come up yet, but also in the comprehensive master plan, it's envisioned that efforts will be made to acquire and preserve open spaces. I think that that should be part of the scoping document, it should be part of the discussion, and I see I'm just about out of time right now, so I'll rest.
Okay, thank you. And please, I know the people in the audience are very eager to hear everyone else's comments, but we really discourage applause and clapping during the public scoping session, so please keep that in mind. Okay, who else would like to speak? All right, I see one hand. I can't see the person, but come on up. Go ahead. Yeah, come on up. Again, please give your name and address.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Lorraine Festa, and I have been a resident of Van Ness Road since 2001. Above all else, I am urging the board to address and consider the dangerous traffic conditions at 9D. Several years ago, my car was totaled in a multiple car accident just south of the corner. Most of my neighbors have been in accidents themselves or have had a friend or loved one that was involved in a crash. We have all had at least one near miss. Adding a storage facility, or really any business that invites motorists to come and go via an already very well-documented dangerous intersection, will only make the intersection more treacherous. I urge the planning board to obtain and review accident records for the last 15 years for this area of Route 9D between Rock Hill Road and Route 84, which is a short span, but it touches both Beacon and Fishkill. By checking records over a longer stretch of time, you will see how the number of accidents has increased, which should help you project what we will be faced with in 5 to 10 years' time. I also want to mention two other issues that will affect the quality of life for the neighbors, namely flooding and light pollution. My neighbor, Lisa Sorensen, was unable to attend tonight, but has written the board about concerns about stormwater damage. I'd like to just share an excerpt from that. A key concern is stormwater management connected with this project. Several neighbors already have serious flooding issues in their yards during rain and snow events. Adding a facility to our backyards that proposes to have diversion swales on the north and south sides of the building to intercept and redirect water runoff towards infiltration basins on the south side will effectively drain more water in our direction. We need assurance that property development, if undertaken, will not exacerbate flooding or damage to our adjacent Van Ness Road yards or homes. My understanding is that we have a very high water table in this area and that there is already limited room for water absorption underground. I've consulted many landscapers and engineers regarding how to divert floodwaters from my property and have been told that underground collection tanks will not help because there is nowhere for the water in those tanks to go when the ground is so oversaturated. And we've included pictures of flooding that you have. Also, she states that landscaping would also direct water flow into our yards, such as berms, could potentially cause water to pool on the lower side. Pooling water that does not absorb quickly could cause safety problems with mosquito breeding and vermin infestation. Lastly, I just want to mention concerns about the lighting of the proposed facility. The proposed self-storage facility borders the property adjoining the first 7 homes on the north side of Van Ness Road, as well as 2 homes on Route 9D. The applicant proposes to light this facility for security purposes with LED lighting. In addition, a 25-foot light pole is proposed. We just want more specificity to be included in the lighting plan as to how many LED lights will be used to light the facade so a proper determination can be made related to adverse lighting impacts. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Okay, who would like to be next? Yes, come on up.
Hi.
Hi, come on up to the microphone, yeah.
My name is Jennifer LePere. I'm here with my husband Richard. We're residents of 12 Van Ness Road. We too have a letter that we just would like to submit, if that's okay.
Sure.
Okay.
Over to Debbie, please.
You're welcome.
Richard LePere at 12 Ness, like my wife said. We're living at the same residence for 25 years. Construction projects of any type have adverse impacts on the residents who live in the neighborhood, plain and simple. The proposed self-storage project would be no different, from annoyances to inconveniences such as more traffic, intrusive lighting, increased noise, smelly garbage disposal, with unsightly dumpsters, the increased likelihood of squatters seeking shelter, as you can see already on both the east and west side of 84, increased vermin infestation, and additional drainage issues. The development of such a project would also impact the natural beauty of our residential neighborhood and infringe on our privacy as people navigate in and out of the storage facility. Another major concern of ours is the fact that boxcars and moving trucks will likely make a U-turn on a dead end. Just last week, we both witnessed a delivery truck turn down our road, not realizing it was a dead end. No other cars were able to enter our street because the truck was in the middle of our very narrow road. On this day, the truck could not manage a 3-point turn and therefore needed to back out of our road onto 9D with a flood of oncoming traffic both ways. Myself and another neighbor watch in horror, certain it would be yet another accident in this area. I'd also like to include that our son was in an accident in 2018, and his car was totaled, so was the other car. And the car was T-boned, and if my other son was in the car, it would have been a much different story and a horrific ending to the accident. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming. All right. Who would like to be next? Come on up. And again, when you get to the microphone, please give us your name and address.
Hi, I'm Lynn Freehill May, 18 Van Ness Road. I also have a letter I will share.
Okay. Thank you.
I'd like to address aesthetic concerns primarily here at this site. My husband and I moved to this area, chose this area 5 years ago as a place to raise our young son. And I mention aesthetics because of my professional background. So I'm a journalist and writer, and I've specialized in travel for about 7 of the 10 years that I've been a writer. Lived in a lot of different places, from St. Thomas to Austin, and certainly traveled around the world. One of the key draws to this area, to Beacon and Fishkill, was the walkability, the rural feel, that kind of town and country feel that Bob described, the lack of visual clutter and sprawl. This site is I think you've referred to it as a welcoming corridor. It's critical to that feel. Currently, tens of thousands of cars pass on I-84 every day, and they see these towns as rural, welcoming, restful. New York State has wisely discouraged billboards on its highways, and you can see why. As people come north from the city, they want to feel this feeling of lack of visual clutter and restfulness. That could be instantly wiped out by any kind of tacky, sprawling development along the highway. I also will say that along the highway, it's known, we're near I-84 and I-87. Self-storage facilities in particular are known for attracting drug activity, and when you're along major highways, especially near the intersection of two, it's almost certain to be so. That's just one of the facts about self-storage areas. But the primary concern of everything is safety, and I'll just share a personal story that I had a friend coming to visit my home a few months ago. She was turning onto our street and struck by a speeding car. That car plowed through my neighbor's fence into their pool area. You'll see photos of that. A post came within about 6 inches of impaling one of the passengers, which could have been a tragic end, or if my neighbor's children had been at the pool, for sure, it would have been a deadly end. So that was a terrifying experience for me. We understand that's not in your purview, that the state of New York DOT isn't eager to remedy or improve the situation, the safety situation for us. What we beg of you is that you do not make it worse. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, who would like to be next? Come on up.
Good evening. My name is Norman Sweeney. I'm from 16 Van Ness Road in Beacon here in New York. I have traveled to 5 continents in over 25 countries, and I've seen the results of overdevelopment. And to talk about increasing values and of privileges and making more taxes, more money. I left New York City to get away from the craziness of urban sprawl here to Beacon. You come across the beach now and you see this beautiful experience of mountains, rivers and lakes, to experience a brutal place of life and to enjoy everyone's life. I know from my friend who's come in from West Africa, and now they're developing green spaces around major cities in West Africa, the first time ever. So now I have the opportunity to keep spaces green forever and not to develop them. So take the time out now to invest in green space, not buildings and structures. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? Come on up.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is David Dukey. I live at 33 Van Ness Road in Beacon, the last house there. I heard about all this warehouse, and you're going to put a warehouse up, the square feet and all that. I understand it's 4.5 acres. You're going to put up something that's going to take at least maybe 100,000 square feet. I would like to know where all that surface water will be heading to. Also, the traffic that comes down Van Ness Road is a dead end. They turn on my land. I left it open so they could get somewhere to turn, otherwise they'll have to back out. The next question I ask, where will this storm water be going? Where will this water be going? Where the septic will be going? Will that damage my property anyway? Because I get a lot of water at the back of my property. That's all I would like to know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other people who would like to speak to the scoping document? I don't see any additional hands.
None on this side.
All right, well, we're going to go over a couple of things before we actually close the scoping session. So if anyone else determines that they would like to speak, we'll be able to do that later. But I want to reiterate that once the board does close this public session, comments in writing will be accepted until Thursday, October 19th at 2 p.m. And those should be addressed to the attention of Jonathan Cantor, Planning Board Chair at the Town of Fishkill, 807 Route 52, Fishkill, New York, 12524. So before asking planning board members for questions and comments on the scoping document, I wanted to go back to Liz Axelson and have Liz briefly describe CPL's memo dated October 10th, 2023, and to give us your observations regarding the draft scoping document.
Thank you. So after having what I thought was pretty positive consultation with the applicant's representatives and hammering out the draft scoping outline that you're now considering, I wanted to just share a few thoughts that I had for the board's consideration. I felt concerned after the last meeting about our discussion about use and the limitation on being able to consider other uses in the scoping outline. But you see the scoping outline we have, and that is, so the alternatives in there are what was agreed to and hammered out.
Do you just want to reference the page number in the document?
Yeah,
where the
let me do
alternatives are?
that. Okay, so I'm going to go to, let's see, where do the alternatives start? Yeah, page 21 of 31, if the board takes a look. The alternatives that are there are the no action alternative. That's number one. Again, this is section E, chapter 7, reasonable alternatives to be considered, page 21 of 31. No action alternative, that is a standard item. Alternative site layout is similar to the project, but with some reduced adverse impacts. Same building footprint, but a larger side yard. And then item number 3, alternative site with smaller facility. It would be a variation, it would be an adjustment to the location and height of the building as described, and a smaller self-storage facility with a smaller footprint. And for the public's understanding, footprint is just where the building, the first floor of the building lands on the ground. And then, interestingly, even though we did go back and forth during the consultation about various uses, in the end, the hotel alternative was added back into the outline by the applicant's folks, and it would be a standalone hotel with 40 rooms or fewer, with no restaurant. And again, I'm going to just read it to you. This alternative would be a community, recreational, or tourist-oriented use. This use is consistent with a special use permit and permit uses in the zoning table for the RB zoning district in which the site is located. A hotel was first presented as a concept for the site in 2019. And so the public understands one of the issues with the application is that the town's zoning has a progression from least intensive business districts to more intensive business districts. And the restricted business, or RB zone, is kind of just before the middle. So certain things are not allowed, but there are quite a few uses that are allowed. So after we finished our consultation and another revised draft, this outline, this scoping outline, was provided to the board, I wanted to write a memorandum on a few afterthoughts. So because I saw that the hotel alternative was added back in, I wondered whether we could add more alternatives in. And the reason for that is, during the review, I felt that the self-storage facility, which isn't listed in the RB zoning district, didn't seem to me to be as consistent with the community location here. If you look north of I-84, there's a restricted business zoning district kind of encircled with residential districts, and here you have this parcel that's a restricted business zoning district also surrounded by neighborhoods. So that area is kind of characterized with some nuggets of business in the middle with some decent density residential around. You also, this area is characterized by people walking across the bridge and using the sidewalks that are here. I've also said to the board that this part of town, you're coming over the bridge, if you happen to be coming that direction, you're either going to the north into other parts of Fishkill, lovely parts of Fishkill, or turning south into some of Fishkill and into Beacon. So it's kind of an entryway, it's a gateway. So I was hoping for more community, more residentially oriented, something that was more engaging with the character of the community and with the walkability of the area to kind of keep that going on. I had suggested a standalone restaurant or other place serving food or beverage, which would be 7,000 square feet or smaller, with no hotel. And again, that's because it would be community, tourist, and residentially oriented. And then also, because the site had had a single-family dwelling on it before, a rather large, older structure, the thought was, well, why couldn't there be a single-family dwelling on here, or perhaps a few? You know, maybe a two-family dwelling or a couple of lots and a couple of homes, which would be more consistent with the residential neighborhood. So I put those in a memorandum to the planning board. I didn't put them in the scoping outline because we had already gone through that process. But I wanted to revisit those ideas. And then, let's see. I don't know if I want to get into the last one.
Yeah, don't
No,
if you don't want to.
that's all. Those were the items that I wanted to talk about, was the potential of those uses. I've heard the public make comments about that, and Mr. Cordisco, so now I'll give up the microphone.
Okay, thanks, Liz. I do want to get to the board members for comments and questions about the draft scoping document. But first, I wanted to give Dominic Cordisco the floor to again talk about the inclusion of alternatives in the scoping document and what your understanding of the seeker regs is about. Briefly.
Well, I mean, this is a subject that I'm sure that, we're all well versed in, and we can talk about seeker, going into the late hours of the evening.
No, we don't want to do that.
But, whenever my wife has insomnia, she says, please tell me about what the difference between an EAF and an EIS is. And 10 minutes later, she's out. So, in any event, to take a step back here, the applicant, the course of events is the applicant prepares an initial draft scope, which they submitted at the end of August, following the August meeting when the board adopted a positive declaration requiring scoping. And that initial draft scope had two alternatives in it, which is entirely consistent with seeker. One alternative is the no build-out alternative. What happens if you don't do anything, if you don't approve the project? What are the environmental impacts associated with that? And the other alternative was a revised layout alternative, which the applicant had previously shown to the board, and it was something that they were willing to make adjustments to address concerns that had been expressed previously regarding the project. It was just those two alternatives. And then the board considered, the scope for the first time at your September meeting. And the scope that was presented to you as a revised scope, that had 6, I believe, additional alternatives. And there was a discussion with the applicant's consultants. And, there was some discussion regarding the law, if you will, in connection with what could and would be appropriate as far as alternatives are considered. And at that point, I was asked for my advice, and I provided my advice. And, there are different things. There's a different hierarchy to material that's available that might be on a particular subject. And, you have to start with the state statute that says that you have to consider your environmental impacts associated with projects that are before boards and municipalities. And then underneath the state statutes, you have the regulations. And the regulations are promulgated. The regulations, what I mean by promulgated, it's a term of art, right? It means it's not just that the Department of Environmental Conservation came up with these things and imposed them. It's just that they proposed them. There was a public review, there was a legislative process, and then they became the regulations that apply to all of the municipalities and all of the boards across the state. And seeker does require that boards look at a range of alternatives. It says range of alternatives. But if you stop there, and at that point you would say, well, we could look at these range of alternatives. You actually have to read various different sections together within the regulations in order to get a full sense of what authority the board has. And bear in mind that the applicant could agree to do various different alternatives. So, as I said before, they proposed 2. The revised scope that was presented for the board to consider had a total of 8. Some arguably would be perhaps more impactful than what it is that they were proposing, because they're proposing a self-storage facility as opposed to a hotel. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think, Richard D'Andrea, who's the applicant's traffic consultant, had made a presentation early on about the fact that historically there was discussions with the DOT about developing this site as a hotel, which the current owner would prefer to do, I believe, was the statement, that they would like to do a hotel. But their initial conversations with DOT about what improvements would be needed at that location for a drive for a hotel were such that it was not going to be feasible for a hotel at that location. And they were actually encouraged, I think in writing, by the DOT that they had to perhaps consider less impactful alternatives. So going back to the regulations, it says that you can consider and require an evaluation of alternatives, but it has to be a couple things. One, it has to be within the objectives of the applicant. So the applicant actually has to want to do them. So, you know, the objectives is like whatever it is that they want to do is what the board is considering and reviewing. The second part is that it has to be within their capability. So, you know, if it's something, if this particular applicant has never owned or operated a restaurant, it's not clear that that's within their capability to be evaluating here when they're not proposing to put a restaurant on this site. And the third part, and I think that this is key, and this is right in the regulations, is that you can't require an applicant to study alternatives for something that requires discretionary approvals. And what that means is that something that requires either site plan or special use permit approval for these different uses is not something that you can require them to do. They may want to do it, and there may be some of these alternatives that the applicant does in fact want to look at as far as comparison purposes. But I think the point is that unless the applicant is willing to evaluate these additional alternatives beyond the no action alternative and the revised site layout, as well as the hotel alternative, which I think the applicant would prefer for this site if they're given their druthers, you're at a point where it's beyond, you know, the authority that's granted to this board under seeker. What that means, I'm not sure. Obviously, we'll stand by you and support you in any way that we can, you know, but this is something that I think the board has to consider as it's going forward.
Okay. All right, and we will give the applicant a chance to get into this discussion, but first and most importantly, I want to go around the board and get the board's comments, questions about the overall scoping document. I mean, there are alternatives that we discussed, but there's an awful lot else in the scoping document, and it's a pretty detailed document, and of course it has to be, because that's going to be the kind of the table of contents and the framework for the environmental impact statement that will be prepared. But the scoping document is very important because once the scoping document is finalized and circulated to the involved and interested agencies and the public, that's what the planning board will have to measure the environmental impact statement against when that is submitted to the board for review and acceptance. So just with that in mind, let's just go around and see if planning board members have any specific comments, observations, questions, or anything.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I have a couple quick ones. First, we're talking about, and I know one of the speakers came up today to speak about the accident reports, and I know we have it on page 19. We're looking at a 6-year period. She was saying a 15-year period. I was wondering, first, is there a standard that we look at how many years back? Because I would like to go further back than 6 years. I wouldn't mind going back 15. I would like to see what the progression is in that intersection, especially when talking about Van Ness and Rock Hill, because I think it's important to see what has happened over the years. Is there first an industry standard? And if there's not, can we push that and make that a much, like a 15-year look back? That's a question I have for John. Would you happen to know anything about that?
I'm not certain that there's a standard such as you asked, but if it's your desire to have a further look back, you can certainly request that.
All right, that's good. Okay. So I think I would like to see that, if possible. I don't think it should be that much more difficult to get that information going back that long. And I think when we look at it, I'm not sure where they would get the accident reports from, but I think we'd have to look at Beacon, Fishkill, and probably the state, because when there's an accident there, you don't know if it's going to be Beacon Police or Fishkill Police that's going to get there first. Usually, I think Beacon will get there before Fishkill. So it could be, even though it's in the town of Fishkill, the Beacon Police will probably get there before the Fishkill Police will get there. And you never know if it's a state police officer. So I don't know if we have to, how we make sure all the data is compiled so that we're not missing data. Does that make sense? Okay. And then I think with the alternatives, I know we discussed this last time, and I was kind of on board with everything you said, Dominic. But then when I looked at the seeker handbook, it really confused me. Because it does say in there that it says that it may be reasonable to look at different uses if the proposed action does not conform to the current zoning of the site. And the proposed action does not conform to the site. So, you said it shouldn't be, what was the word you said, discretionary? So you're saying, I'm thinking at least we should add on the single-family home, because that would not require a site plan or a special use permit, because that's what was there before. And I think the builder could easily make a single-family home. So can we consider putting that as an alternative?
Absolutely. And I think, actually, to be honest, I would consider the no-action alternative to be a single-family home.
Okay.
Because it's something that wouldn't require approval, to my knowledge, from this board in order to construct a single-family house on the property. So, but spelling it out as a separate alternative, I think it'll be very similar in its description of those impacts as to the no-build. But in connection, if I may, in connection with the handbook. So what in the interest of trying to keep this short, what I was talking about before was, there's statutes, there's regulations, there's then policy, where the DEC actually adopts policy after going out for public comment. And then there's guidance. And guidance is a document that a group of DEC staff wrote. I speak of them kindly. Larry Weintraub was the best man at my wedding. He had a large hand in writing the handbook. I know him very well. I worked with him. So I appreciate the efforts that they do. What they're doing, though, is like they're giving you some guidance, and that can also be taken out of context. I would agree, and I do agree, that if the use was not allowed, for instance, if the applicant was going to the town board and saying, we want to change the zoning of this particular piece from residential to commercial, and we have an idea, we would like to put self-storage there. So we want you to change the zoning from residential to commercial. It would be entirely appropriate for the town board to say, well, if we're going to change the zoning, we also have to think about what other impacts would happen from the other uses that are allowed in that zone. Because there's no guarantee that it will be self-storage. It might end up as a restaurant, or it might end up as anything else that's allowed. In that context, absolutely, but context is everything. And in this case, your zoning has this particular quirk. It has this provision in it that says if a use is not specified in the zone, it can be a special permitted use subject to these criteria. So it's kind of like a backdoor, if you will, to all of the other uses that actually aren't specified in the zone. So one could make the argument that the use actually is allowed in the zone because it is with a special permit from this board. This applicant does not need to go to the town board and ask them to change the zoning. It's a fine point, but I don't believe that the DEC's seeker handbook was thinking about this situation. This is a provision of your code, which is not common in other codes. It's not a common scenario where you kind of get this catch-all that says, well, it's not allowed here, but we'll consider it anyway. And so as a result, I think you fall into that category of, where the handbook was not really addressing this scenario.
That's how you lawyers make money, I don't know.
That's why the world needs lawyers. Absolutely. You know, and all these things, I mean, Larry Weintraub's a lawyer, so these things are written by lawyers for
A
lawyers.
lawyer could write it like that, okay.
You know, and you know the statement is like two attorneys, three opinions.
Yes,
right?
yes,
You know,
and that's what I think we have here. Okay.
All right, go ahead, Felix.
Okay, so it's very confusing, and of course, this is what, and I understand what you're saying, Dominic, about the law and everything, but none of us are lawyers here on this table, and this is what we use as our guidance. And, you know, when I read it, it seems like this should be, or could be, a reasonable time to look at different uses.
there's a number of instances in the workbook where it says you can require a range of alternatives.
Yeah.
And that's all it says.
Yes.
But you have to read that and read the regulations at the same time. It says range of alternatives within the objectives and capabilities of the applicant.
Right.
And you can't make them apply for something that's discretionary.
Okay.
It says that, I mean, it doesn't get any cleaner than that.
Okay. Well, at least we know that a single-family home would not be discretionary.
Correct.
Right, so I would definitely like to see that at least as one of the separate alternatives, because I think that would help us to compare the impacts of, you know, what could be there and what actually was there, as to oppose what being proposed. I hope that makes sense, yes?
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay, so I think I can pass it along to somebody else right now.
Anthony, any comments on the scoping document at all?
Sure. First, I'd like to say that I agree wholeheartedly with all of Felix's recommendations. I think they're all ones that I support. There were a few items in Section 6 related to transportation and traffic that I would like to see added to the scope. I think we should consider including the intersection of Route 9D and Verplank Road, because this is potentially a point where people who are coming into the site from the north may decide to make a left turn to loop back into the storage facility, because this is the first signalized intersection.
Route 9D and Plank?
Verplank, because that's the first
Glad I
signalized
asked.
intersection to the south.
Got it.
They may want to turn to the ones before that, but this is the first signalized one, so I think that one's also important. I'd also like to see accident data up to the Rock Hill Road
Yes.
and 9D intersection to the south. Rock Hill Road's only about 700 feet south of the entrance to the site. I'd also like the scope to include figures of the potential paths that someone would use to access the storage facility if they were coming from the north and the south on 9D, especially interested in vehicles coming from the north. I'd like to see figures of the routes that someone would take to get to the storage facility and figures of what those roads would be. I think that's important. I think, you know, just because the kinds of vehicles we're anticipating aren't just passenger vehicles. And then I'd like to see with those figures, photos, current photos of each of the intersections in the area, along with measurements of the roadway widths, because I think that's very important to the vehicles that are going to be potentially accessing these neighborhoods. That is all.
That's good. Stuff.
I like all of those suggestions. Do you have that written down in any form that you could, if we decide to pursue those? What we're going to need to do at the end of this discussion is kind of put it all together and see what the board agrees with.
I've got them typed out.
Good.
They can be shared.
Okay.
Available upon request.
Okay, thanks. Fred, any specific comments?
Since the beginning, I've been concerned about the traffic entering and exiting from this property. And I can't think of any type of except maybe a single-family home, or a two-family home, or even a four-family home that you could put in there that would decrease the amount of traffic for any type of a business. So I don't know why we can't extend that from a single-family up to a four-family, if it's permitted. I mean, single-family makes it easy, but economically, it may not be feasible for the owners of the property. But I would consider doing a, like I said, up to a four-family house, going in there. That would decrease the number of traffic going in and out. People who would live there would understand the traffic pattern, that they can't make that U-turn, just like people who live on a highway, they have to go up a road, go up somewhere, make a U-turn, and come back down. And any type of business I see is going to be a real problem. And I've been, saying, I'd love to hear what Beacon has to say about people going into Beacon to make a U-turn to get into the property.
Jody, anything specific?
I totally agree with Fred. I don't understand that any business that goes in there would be more traffic, no matter what kind of business it is, whether it was a hotel or anything else. I think a single family, but I was going to say the same thing. Why can't they increase it and make it a few more families in there if necessary? And my next statement would have been the route. If you're dealing with a storage unit, you're probably dealing with people with trailers or people who are driving trucks that probably they've never driven before. And they're probably, I drive a very small car. I would be scared driving a truck 17 feet, and where do I turn? There's no stoplight, so I would also want to see what route would I take? Should I miss the turn, or I can't make the turn because I'm not familiar with where I'm going? Now I'm heading towards Beacon. Where do I turn my big truck without causing a major calamity? So I would be very interested to see that, because that whole corridor through there is very hairy-carry. That would be something I would really want to see. And the water, where would water go? Because they bring up a very, very good point. There are a lot of houses on Van Ness Road. I took a ride down there, I looked. It's a problem. When you start putting buildings, places, you don't think about down the road where the water's going to go. So I would want to really know how are they going to deal with that. That's it.
Kevin?
Mr. Chairman, even though Dominic has artful descriptions of the legal aspects here, my fundamental concern is I would be loath to provide any exemptions to existing zoning regulations unless I really, see a benefit to the community as a whole. And for this particular use, I don't see the benefit to the community. All those things that are factual. I'm on the board of directors of the golf course that's listed here, and we have a significant traffic problem as it is in the summertime already there with people turning around in the driveways. So all of those things are absolutely true, but I just don't see the benefit to the community.
Robbie, any specific comments, questions?
No, I agree with all the issues that are raised. Just want to reiterate the point that Jody raised about the stormwater thing. So, yeah, where will all that water go? So I'd like to know specifically that.
One thing I'll just mention, and again, we did have a positive declaration of environmental significance we adopted a while back, not too far back, which kind of set the tone for the requirement for the environmental impact statement and this scoping document. And I believe that the scoping document also includes a listing of elements that were not determined to be potentially significant in terms of looking at them in the environmental impact statement per se. If they were not part of the POS deck, that doesn't mean that the planning board can't or will not be looking at those. In fact, we will be looking at stormwater very carefully, and that's one of the things we always do. So, the question is really, can we require something to be in the environmental impact statement that was not initially determined to be a potential significant adverse impact that we now are hearing that people want to put in the scoping document? I guess I'd kind of look to Dominic and John to address that kind of a thing.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, stormwater is an entirely appropriate evaluation as far as the environmental impact statement is concerned. And typically a board would not allow, a project to go to completeness and having a public hearing, without having a stormwater pollution prevention plan prepared. That would remain so here. And I also think it was appropriate for the board not necessarily to focus on stormwater necessarily as being a reason for requiring an environmental impact statement, because there were so many other significant, doesn't mean that this is also something that's not on the table, which you can't look at all.
And if I can just jump in, at the end of the scope, on page 24 and 25 and continuing, there's a section K in the middle of page 24, issues not incorporated into the scope. And it basically summarizes those issues. And if you go over to page 26, stormwater/erosion, the applicant will be required to comply with Chapter 130 of the Town of Fishkill Code, stormwater management, erosion, and sedimentation control. And there's a pretty hefty paragraph describing how that would be assessed. So I don't know if that piece satisfies the concerns about stormwater, or there's something more that would need to be added, but I think it's pretty detailed. So
Yeah.
I believe this means, hang on, these things aren't incorporated into the scope. They don't require further analysis in the DEIS.
Right, that's kind of what my question was. We know we will be looking at stormwater very carefully, as we always do. But the question here with the scoping document is whether we should or even can at this point, put it as a requirement for the environmental impact statement. Because again, the purpose of the scoping document was to weed out elements that would actually go into the environmental impact statement, not necessarily that would not be under the purview and review and action by the planning board, because the environmental impact statement is going to be kind of focused on certain elements. So, I'd be happy to have it in the environmental impact statement as well, but it's just that we're going to be receiving, and we already have received information about stormwater, and we will be reviewing that and looking at it. So it's not like the environmental impact statement is the only place where details like that will be available to the board for review and action.
Absolutely correct.
Bob?
All right, so Felix said what I wanted to say initially.
Sorry about that, Rob.
Single-family home or some kind of, I get the understanding of they should be able to do something with their property. And whether it is like maybe 3 or 4 single-family homes or a couple of duplexes, 2-family homes, so it makes it feasible because there is a lack of housing. And it's of like mind. I've lived in this area for 34 years and have seen what goes on in traffic. A lot of times, to me, when I hear these traffic studies, I feel like it's done in a vacuum, like it's just like this spot or this spot, not looking overall what is going on, previously and forward. And like I said, the safety and that intersection, that whole area, if you ever go there, is quite quite the thing as far as like, it's not of like mind. I mean, to put a business in there, I understand why they want to possibly do the storage building because it's passive income. Doesn't take a lot to maintain once you put it up, but for me, it's an eyesore. So that's my feeling on it.
Okay, well, let me just throw in my 2 words, and I guess to make it 2 words, this is a hyphenated word, single-family home.
Single-family.
How's that?
Okay. Single-family.
I agree entirely with all of it that's been said about adding the single-family detached dwelling back into the scope, although it might be somewhat redundant. The way I'm looking at the no-action alternative is a vacant site, because that's what it is now. And that's a good comparison to start with, but the single-family home is a good base comparison, because that's what was there for many, many years before the home was demolished, and we now have this proposal in front of us. So in terms of other alternatives, I'd love to be able to see more put in there for comparison purposes, but from what we're hearing, and upon the advice of our attorney, it would be difficult to do that. And so I think we should probably move ahead, get the scoping document finalized based on what we've been hearing. What I think we'll need to do is figure out, from what we've heard from the public in the audience, if there were elements of those comments that aren't in the scope now that should be, and then from what we've heard going around the board, similarly, I think a lot of what people have commented on either already are in the scope or have been and will be looked at further outside of the environmental impact statement by this board, such as stormwater. I mean, we can talk about whether we want to include a stormwater management chapter in the scope, but we're going to have all the same information. In fact, we already have a lot of it. So I guess I'd kind of look to maybe Liz to see what you think about that.
When we were first considering the positive declaration and later scoping, it was, focused on certain very key impacts. Because during the project review, there was a certain amount of information provided about details of the development and the effect of the development. And we did have a certain amount of traffic information. We could always expand on that. The traffic still was part of the scoping part of the scope because it was in your seeker positive declaration. We could put stormwater back in. I felt, though, that the way it had been handled, I don't remember our engineers specifically having big issues with stormwater, which is why I didn't recommend that it be put into the positive declaration, except to note these are other impacts. And I felt that the description that's provided in section K seemed pretty comprehensive. And I know that that's a regular part of review, regardless of what type of development it is. So I'm not as concerned about adding stormwater back into the scope necessarily, unless we, add it, I don't know, somehow has a lesser impact, like a moderate impact or something like that. Because it's pretty detailed and there's a commitment, a written commitment to comply with the town's code chapter on stormwater. So I'm waffling a little bit, I'm sorry. It is a very important issue, but I think it's kind of a standard part of review that the planning board does on all projects. And the town seems to be very committed to it, so that
I think that's a
Right.
fair statement, and because of the stormwater analysis that they have to do already, which is presented to the board, which will be their full engineering in connection with that, I think a lot of the information that you're looking for is going to be there. Having that also described in the EIS, or at least, I'm sure you all, know that when you get stormwater documents, they're about that thick, so maybe, having references to those in the EIS as appropriate, which of course is, I think, what Liz is suggesting is already going to occur.
Those pieces were parts that the applicant's representatives put in there. And the other thing is, because of the support for the idea of doing single-family detached, and the way it was is a single or two-family dwelling or a small subdivision of single-family homes. Somebody mentioned, could it be a four-family? I'm pretty sure that would be multifamily. It's not permitted in the zoning district, but two-family dwellings could make 4 units. So there are some possibilities depending on what the site would accommodate. And typically, single-family or two-family development is going to be a lot less impervious surface than any kind of a business use. So.
Well, the thing I want to be careful about is any kind of subdivision would be a discretionary approval by the planning board, which a single-family home would not be. Probably one two-family home would not be either, because I believe they must be included in the various zones that the RB zone includes. So even if a four-family home in 2 separate buildings requiring a subdivision were in the scoping document, it would require a subdivision, and that would be something that I'm hearing we don't
So
want
if
to
it's
include.
discretionary at all, it shouldn't be in there as an alt, so only a single-family home would be allowed.
Unless, of course, the applicant agreed to it, but, and I think at a point very soon, we should probably let the applicant
Probably.
weigh in on all this before we start doing anything. And, why don't we have the applicant come up, and if you have any other ideas for adding alternatives into the scope, let us know.
Good evening again, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, Taylor Palmer. I'm joined by Aaron Werner of AKRF. We also have Larry Paggi, our engineer, with us this evening. Again, thank you for this additional opportunity. So the board did spend some time this evening going through the comments from Ms. Axelson and the board's consultant memoranda. I certainly don't want to fully reiterate a lot of what the town attorney said, but I want, for the purpose of the record and associated with our application and to the chairman's point, to sort of emphasize what the applicant is proposing, of course, on the site. So while we thought the alternatives analysis issue had really been previously addressed at our last meeting, since the comments did come up this evening about those alternatives, we do want to reiterate that the focus is, of course, the SEGA regulations. I think the board did a very good job this evening of going through that, and the 200-page workbook is no fun. It's more fun to look at the cookbook, I think, to start, and then kind of, at least it's got pictures, right? And then it changes to the 200-page workbook. But the regulations are what control this EIS process and the associated scoping, which is the purpose of tonight's meeting. While the regulations don't require a project sponsor to consider any conceivable alternative that the town may prefer to see on our property, there's really no ambiguity in what the regulations provide for what the applicant is here before you for. It's regulations and case law that we rely on in these instances, and I think the description and evaluation of the alternatives that manifestly would not achieve the objectives of the proposed project are not required. So I think tonight we didn't really spend a lot of conversation, but for example, the memorandum did mention a restaurant. A restaurant's not feasible and as an alternative, and it's not within the applicant's capabilities to develop on this site. So as the town attorney mentioned, those are other factors when you look at the regulations. It's not just what's reasonable, it looks at the capabilities and what the applicant's there. So as we've already shown, and we're going to continue to show through this EIS process, the self-storage facility that we proposed and the alternative that we proposed, which is reflective of the public's comments. We had a site visit with some neighbors. There's been some comments that the board permitted throughout the process. We adjusted that building in height, location, geographically. So again, tonight's purpose, of course, is our scope. So I want to keep it hyper-focused on what's before the board. So with that, sort of the focus, the issues back on the conversation tonight, I'd note that for the record that the desirability of a proposed self-storage facility use on the property is a special permit use. I think we had a conversation tonight before the board looking at what would allow for these range of reasonable alternatives. This is a permitted use by special permit. The applicant is seeking your determination and approval for the use, a self-storage facility, which is a special permit use in the process of the board. As we noted in prior meetings and comments, there have been suggestions of other uses that whether the planner or the board may prefer to see on the site, but that's not the application that's before your board. It's a special permit application related to this particular use. We're now in the scoping session, and we've outlined some alternatives to be considered, and that's really a big piece that distinguishes the the EAF versus the EIS, right? We did an expanded EAF and incorporated some of that traffic materials. Of course, very detailed planning memoranda prepared by AKRF. We have our stormwater materials, site plans, all those things that were considered. Now we're really building a much bigger document to try and consider these impacts. Traffic is absolutely going to be considered, again, well beyond what, again, has already been put into your record as a traffic study. We'll certainly consider those comments. Of course, those are the public. We really appreciate the Van Ness neighborhood being here, right? They're the folks that are here speaking to you. Every address that was presented to you all this evening was a Van Ness neighbor. The applicant is proposing the least impactful use to that area, one that we know has a very low traffic generator, and one that, I think we've all been to a self-storage facility or had a son, parent, who sets it, I think it's a sets it and forgets it with some online sales mechanism, because you put it there, you're not there every day checking your storage locker to look at your trophies from back in the 90s. With that, I did want to add one other piece, and then certainly if Aaron wants to add any comments to ours, and of course we're here to respond to any comments you might all have, and that's why we're here for that benefit. But I did want to highlight one in particular fact, and it relates to the fact that we're here before you for a special use permit. And when we get to that point about determining whether the project complies with that special permit criteria, which of course we posit that we do, we would note it isn't a zoning amendment that we're seeking, and it's not a requirement for the applicant to appear for a zoning amendment because, again, this is a special permit use. I think it's particularly important to highlight the applicant is not going around the code or doing anything else. As is detailed in a memoranda that was actually prepared by the former town planners and the late Stu Turner of Nelson Pope, a memoranda prepared in 2018, so very recent vintage. The town spent a great deal of time including input from the planning board, the building department, and other staff throughout the town in updating regulations to, quote, these are quotes, improve efficiency and consistency throughout the code. So these are memoranda prepared by Nelson Pope and others at the time of the prior comprehensive plan update and adjusting the regulations. Importantly, those code provisions called for in the comprehensive plan included the addition of this section, 15019. That's the application section we're before you with. Special permit for this use is for review by your board. This is not an old law. This is not a back end. This is the town created this mechanism, so we'd be before you for these applications. So we're not going around a zoning amendment. We are before you in connection with a code-permitted special permit use, and that's a big distinguishing factor. I think the board did a great job tonight of digesting the difference between those two issues. So ultimately, we're here before you because this process is merely to show the board, from the applicant's perspective, that our low-impact use is substantially similar to and much less impactful than others permitted in the district, one of those being a hotel. We've pro-offered that as a potential alternative, so we have considered and included that in the scope that's before your board. So with that, I appreciate again the opportunity for you all, again, the neighbors from Van Ness that are here, bringing their comments. We want to ensure that those are addressed in our materials because, again, we're trying to propose something less impactful. A hotel was the original consideration by this applicant, and we're here before you with a request for a special use permit for a low-impact self-storage facility.
Good evening, Aaron Werner from AKRF. Nice to see you all again.
You too.
We listened to all the comments. Related to the traffic questions about increasing the duration of the accident history, we can definitely talk to our traffic consultant about that, including some of the figures with traffic movements. We'll definitely talk to them about including that. I just wanted to add on the stormwater Again, that was something that you looked at in Part 2. You checked off no or small impact. Your POS deck did not include it. So I think it would not make sense to have the DEIS include it. You would have to go back in time essentially to have that in there. On the single-family home as an alternative, again, the no action would allow that without ever coming to the planning board. It's an as-of-right building department submission that anyone can build. So absent this particular action, our action of a special use permit, sure, a single-family home could be part of that. So we could certainly adjust our no action alternative to with supplemental information about that. If that would help. We also plan to take one more crack at this scope. If there's anything that we might have some reservations about or issues with, we'll make sure we have comments by the 19th too. But other than that, we'll work with your consultant and our team to address the issues tonight and get that scope in a good shape for November 9th.
All right, thank you. All right, so I think what the board needs to do now is kind of rehash what we're in agreement with certain revisions that were discussed tonight to be incorporated into the final scope. I think we'll need to make an official request for Liz to revise the draft scoping document based on, and what I think we'll have to do is go through sort of the list that we've discussed that we've agreed should be put into the final scope. And so I'll look to get some reiterations and maybe Liz's and Dominic's understanding of what they've heard. I've been sort of trying to go through what I remember marking down and hearing, so I'll try to help out with all that. I think it's going to be a pretty short list, actually. And there was a lot of kind of overlap and consistency in comments that we heard from the audience, meshed with those from the board members, and I think we'll be able to come up with a very good final scoping document that will reflect really all the concerns that we've heard tonight. So let me just do my quick reiteration, and I'll ask for Anthony's help with the ones that you brought up first. So one is the adding the accident record to go 15 years back, if that's possible. In terms of alternatives, adding the alternative for a single-family detached home. Question I would have is, do we want to also have an alternative for one two-family home, assuming that must be permitted in the RB zone through the R15 zoning district, I would think, but I'm not positive about that.
So if you did the two-family home, it would only be if it was non-discretionary. In other words, if somebody could just come in and...
Yeah, in other words, something that would not require a rezoning.
Yeah, I don't know that off the top of my head
Yeah, I
without
don't
looking at
either.
the code.
That's why I'm actually
Sure.
even...
We can look into that.
I don't even know how much more that would tell us, because if we do a single-family home, then just double it for a two-family home. We can use that surmising on our own good judgment. I think just the one-family detached home is sufficient.
Yeah.
That's my opinion.
2 homes, 4 homes would all require subdivision approval.
Right.
Yeah.
Would a two-family isn't, you can't build a
Oh,
two-family.
two-family.
A
I'm not sure if you can
two-family
build
That's why I wanted to
two-families,
check the
so.
code, because I was thinking along the lines of, if I look
Yeah.
at the code and it says that two-family would require subdivision approval, then that's out. It's not,
But in
because
my
it's
mind-
discretionary, correct?
In my mind, that's kind of an unnecessary complication
Yeah.
to add to the scope, because again, it's so obvious that whatever the base information that we see, and most of us already know what a single-family home generates, a two-family home would be twice as much. So why bother?
True.
These aren't things that will ultimately be necessarily something that the applicant will pursue. These are things that are going to give the planning board information on which to base the review and acceptance of the environmental impact statement, and ultimately the judgment of whether the proposed use, which is a self-storage use, will have significant, will, after the review of the EIS, in our mind, still have significant environmental impacts that may or may not be able to be mitigated, and that will also give us the information that the board needs to make regarding whether we're going to make findings regarding a special permit to allow the self-storage use. And so there are going to be things in the environmental impact statement that we're going to need to have the information about, but there are going to be a lot of things outside of that EIS process that we're also going to have to review, think about, which are largely already on the record. So again, my goal is to simplify the scoping document and the environmental impact statement. I won't say to the bare minimum, but to a reasonable minimum based on what my understanding of environmental impact statement is and does. And so the environmental impact statement isn't the end-all, of everything. There's a lot of other information that we have and can rely on. But, so anyway, that's why I'm supportive of the single-family home alternative being added, because it provides a good baseline. And then there were, in the traffic analysis, there were the intersections that Anthony mentioned should be added to the analysis. I think one of them was Route 9D, Verplank Road.
Yes.
One of them was Rock Hill Road.
Yes, 90 and Rock Hill.
And there may have been another one that I might have missed.
No, those are two.
No,
Those are the
those
two?
are the intersections, the accident data up to Rock Hill Road, and then figures of the paths that the vehicles would use,
Right.
along with measurements of the adjacent roadway,
Mhm.
those roadways that would be traveled upon.
Did you say you had this written down somewhere?
Yes.
I have it typed up.
In
I
his
can
computer.
email it to you.
I'm just thinking if it could be, if it could be, the list could be provided to the board.
I can share it via email, so it's,
Okay.
That would be great.
Yeah.
So those were the ones that I picked up on. Liz or Dominic, do you remember any others that were basically, I wouldn't say straightforward like that, but that we can remember hearing and that sounded like things that people were agreeing on? I can't think of anything else, but
No, I can't either, but just in terms of moving forward, written comment can be submitted until October 19th, and
Yep.
then the board, will consider any written comments as well as considering a proposed final scope, I believe, at your next meeting. And just for the record, so everyone's clear, the applicant has agreed to extend the 60-day timeframe to the November meeting, so that you don't have to have a special meeting in the end of October in order to adopt a scope.
yeah.
And if-
And I was actually going to ask the applicant team to send us a written confirmation of that agreement.
We provided verbal, and we'll do it again this evening. We agreed to that effect. It's all part of the record, so I think,
It would be helpful in my mind if you would just submit a very short letter to that effect to the
Understood.
planning office.
sure.
And I just want to chime in, I think, just in terms of efficiency of gathering the board's comments, the public's comments, and then the forthcoming written comments. I feel it would be more efficient, knowing that Aaron and I are going to be the main ones working on it, to kind of have everything all at once before we start making a revision.
Well-
That would be my take, just simply because.
Yeah, that wouldn't be my request,
Okay.
really, because I think if we have certain things that we've already heard from the board about that we're agreeing as revisions or additions in the scope,
Okay.
those are going to be key to a final scoping document. I don't think there's really going to be time to quickly put together. What we're going to have to do is take a draft final scoping document based on the things that we just listed, submit that to the board prior to the November 9th meeting. We then will have a record coming in of additional written comments that we're going to receive in the next week or so. We can't just automatically put those written comments into the scope. So we're going to have those available for the board to review at the November 9th meeting and make some quick decisions on whether any of those things will result in further revisions to the scoping document, that we will be discussing that at the November 9th meeting. But I think it's essential for us to have a new base draft scoping document based on what we've already
Before the 9th.
found out, yeah.
Okay.
And I'll ask for a motion for that in a minute, for the board to authorize that. So go ahead.
I was just going to ask, did you want to, was it your idea to have the revised scope in by the submission deadline for the November 9th meeting?
Well, at least this revised draft final scope that I'm talking about with Liz, which, again, I think she can confer with you on that.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping.
And that way also, if you have, if the applicant team has any additional thoughts or comments at that point in preparing that revised final scoping document as a draft, that collaboration that we've been having previously can be ongoing, so that the draft final scope that we'll see at the November 9th meeting can reflect things that you and Liz may agree on,
So
in
the
addition
November-
to the specific,
So-
additions that we talked about.
You know, in case it gets to the point where we have it ready by the 9th, but maybe we didn't get it in by the submission deadline, the meeting will more or less be like a workshop of it. Is that the idea? To kind of go through it as a board?
Yeah, I mean.
And go over some of the comments that might have come in by October 19th?
Yeah,
from the public?
we'll have those, and I think somehow we'll have to have a full, I don't think it's going to be that bulky, an additional pile of material. But the board will have all of the actual written comments that are submitted.
I can work with Liz, maybe we can have that, the next draft be redlined, so you see exactly where
Yeah,
things changed, what got
that would be
cut.
good. That would be good.
So you can go right to the pages and talk about the change.
That would be very good.
That's good.
So I
Okay.
think Debbie and I were just discussing that the deadline to get it, the whole thing to the board with all the possible revisions would be the 25th.
That's the deadline for the 9th.
But again, you have to remember that this is also our document, so it's something that I believe the scoping document itself can be within our normal timeframe from receiving materials from our consultants.
Okay.
Not by the submission deadline.
That's correct.
Okay.
And again, the fact that this is a collaborative final document makes it even a better document, but it's still going to follow the same process as it would from our own consultant. And if there are disagreements between our consultant and the applicant's consultants, I think we kind of had a pretty good forum for weeding some of those things out and accepting changes from both sides.
Okay, and I know that, if I can just say, I think, Aaron, if I'm not mistaken, you said something about that you were okay with putting a drainage section? No.
No.
Okay, and I'm not.
No.
Okay. Because my take on that was that I was okay with that where it is now.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
Yeah, I
good.
mean, in the
Just
law,
want clarification on that.
It even says in that section, at the very end of that paragraph, no significant adverse impacts will result
Right.
because of
So-
the above.
Okay,
So-
good, we're all in agreement on that. That's what I wanted to find out.
But nonetheless, the board will still be reviewing all of the stormwater aspects, as we always do.
Good.
Okay, so what I'd like to do at this point is see if there's a motion to authorize Liz Axelson, CPL, to incorporate the revisions that we just re-outlined and agreed to, the planning board agreed to, into a proposed draft final scoping document and to submit it for the board's consideration of adoption for the November 9th meeting. And I'll just add, and that document will continue to be through collaboration between the planning board's consultants and the applicant's consultants. Is there a motion to that effect?
Second.
Felix moves it, and Anthony seconds it. Any further discussion, including anything from the applicants?
No.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, that passes 7-0. Now, before we visit whether we should close the public scoping session tonight, I just wanted, as I promised, I wanted to see if there are any members of the public who didn't have a chance to speak yet who would like to speak at this point, so that we can also include any of your comments into the scope if they are appropriate and relevant.
I'm glad you asked. I
Yes, ma'am.
drove as
So-
fast as I could.
So please tell us
Teresa
your name.
Kraft, I am from Beacon. I come to a lot of these meetings. I am a concerned resident, and I am really grateful that there were 7 board members collective using a lot of common sense. That intersection is a nightmare, and I believe, and I totally agree, unskilled truck drivers up and down that road would be a potential nightmare, and I am happy to hear that you are going to put a single-family house back on the radar, and if it doesn't work, maybe they should just sell the land. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other members of the public who didn't have a chance to speak before who would like to?
I'm Dan Silvestri, you know who I am. I'm not here tonight for this, for something else, but I just want to make a comment. I used to live on Venice, 10 Venice, 37 years ago. I lived there for 15 years and I've left. But there are occasions to support the people that live on Venice, that there are times of the year that the water does infiltrate to the backyards there. And back then, when I was running the bridge, the traffic wasn't as bad as it is now, but it is progressively getting worse. So the traffic is a major issue, and the water would be an issue. And it typically drains from 9D corridor to the back of the houses and the woods behind there. So Larry, I know he's working on a project. He's a great engineer. He's doing hard work, but there is a high table. And at certain times of year, it infiltrates the basements. So and I used to help the lady in there, God rest her soul, to help mow the lawn. So there's a lot of buffer area that could absorb the water, and we still had some issues. So I just wanted to make that known to you guys.
Thank you very much. Anyone else from the public who hasn't spoken yet who would like to? Going once, going twice. 3 strikes and we're out of here. I wish. I wish. We got a long way to go. But I'm glad we were able to spend this amount of time on this important issue, and I think we got some very good input.
Don't leave.
So what I'd like to do is ask our attorney and our planning consultant for a recommendation on whether to close the public scoping session tonight.
It would be my recommendation that you close the public scoping session. The public's been given a full and fair opportunity to comment, and they also have the opportunity to provide any additional written comment, whether they're here tonight or they couldn't make it by October 19th.
I agree.
Okay, thanks for that. So would someone like to make a motion to close this public scoping session?
So moved.
And I still have more, Fred?
You gotta wait.
So hold your movement. And public scoping, and that comments in writing will be accepted until Thursday, October 19th, 2023, by 2 p.m. To the town hall. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Fred moves it. Anthony seconds it. Any further discussion?
Nope.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, so we're all set. The public session is closed. Written comments, we'll look forward to seeing any additional written comments that are submitted. And we'll see you all back on November 9th. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. We now have a regular public hearing. This is SKLJ Incorporated, Site Development Plan and Special Use Permit. At 7 p.m. or as soon thereafter as possible, applicant seeks site development plan approval and special use permit to redevelop an existing 2.17 acre parcel for mixed use. The existing buildings on the site are proposed to remain and be repurposed. A residential use is proposed that would be renovated, and a 55-foot by 80-foot addition is proposed to an existing garage with 11 parking spaces that will be used for storage. A remaining building will be used as office space for storage use. Parcels located at 125 Old Route 9 and consists of 2.17 acres in the GB General Business Zoning District. So first, is there a motion to open this public hearing?
So moved.
Was that Anthony?
It was.
Anthony moves it. Is there a second?
Second.
Ravi seconds it. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. Welcome, Mr. Burns. Would you like to, just for the benefit of the public, give a brief overview of the proposal?
Good evening. The proposal tonight is to provide an addition for a warehouse building, essentially for storage for the owners and some outdoor storage on an existing parcel. The parcel will also reuse existing residential buildings. One is an office and one will be reconstructed to serve as a single-family home. The parcel is located in the GB zoning district. It's sandwiched on the west by Route 9, and on the east is Old Route 9, which is where the frontage is. It's the building number is 125 Old Route 9. The site has about 255 feet of frontage along Old Route 9 and just over 360 feet on Route 9 itself, actually. The vicinity that the site's located in is actually, it's to the south there's an industrial building that's repurposed as a gym. To the north there's a multifamily residential complex is what you would call it, I guess. I think there's two buildings there. It's also on the west, on the other side of Route 9, to get an idea of the location is, it's just east of Splashdown. The existing buildings are serviced by individual well and sewage disposal systems that are on site already. That's pretty much what we have.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to see a show of hands from members of the public who might wish to speak to this matter tonight. Okay, there's one here. All right. I don't have to read the rules for public hearings again because I know you were here and heard them before. So we've opened the public hearing. Why don't you come up and tell us what your thoughts are about this proposal?
Good evening. My name is Russell O'Malley, 142 Old Route 9. I would like the following entered into the record, if I could give this to Debbie.
Sure, please.
First of all, I have no issue with the property being properly developed. Just a few questions, concerns, and comments. What exactly does mixed use mean as far as this property is concerned? Is there going to be a business operation here? If so, what is the actual name of the business and its business purpose to be conducted on this property?
If it's a business, what would the hours be? Set hours or 24/7, 365? And two, just what exactly is to be stored on all this open space acreage? Is it to store unregistered junk cars, trucks, boats, RVs, or construction vehicles? Just how much can be stored on a piece of property? What is the exact square footage of this proposed building? What is exactly planned to be stored in this 55 by 80-foot building? Chemicals, fuel, furniture, or just stuff in general? Is this to be rental space storage or all the owner's property storage? Those proposed 11 parking spaces on the site plan, are they for employees, customers, or residents of the property, or a combination? Because it states that those two 11 spots are also for storage. Just what spots are for any residents and employees? So as far as rock removal, hammering, I suppose, just how much is to be removed and approximately how long is that to be conducted for? Another question, will there be commercial sign on the property? If so, where and how large? Will there be privacy fencing in front of Old Route 9 or just some screening? And one more question. I'd like to know how come on the submitted map that has the heading neighborhood map, there are no residential homes mentioned at all, which there are quite a number of them, like right next door to the project, right across the street, my home just 2 houses away, and others. What is the point of just pointing out commercial properties and not the residences, attempting to suggest that there are no people living in homes on Old Route 9? And I would truly like these questions be answered before a public hearing is closed and before any decisions or project progress is made. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to speak to this matter? Come on up.
142 Old Route 9. The only other thing that my husband didn't mention was they talk about a office in one of the buildings there. Now, if it's just personal storage, what is that office for? Is it a commercial office? Is it, is an office for renting the spaces for people to store like RVs or or unregistered vehicles? We're just a little, unsure of what it is. Thank you.
Thanks. And just a quick response to that and some of the other questions. We will have the applicant submit a written response to all of the questions that you guys asked. Any other members of the public wish to speak tonight to this proposal? I don't see anyone.
Nothing on this side.
So we will have to decide whether to close this public hearing tonight. So I'll turn to our attorney and engineer for your recommendations on closing the public hearing.
I think as long as the applicant agrees to respond to all the questions that were heard tonight, there's probably no harm in closing the public hearing.
I don't have a problem responding to the questions.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay. All right. So I just want to mention, at the September meeting, the board had requested some additional information and materials such as a detailed landscaping plan and planting schedule and, showing really how the screening of the property is going to work, which I think relates a little bit to what we heard tonight in terms of comments from neighbors. So, I mean, in some perspectives, it might be appropriate to consider continuing the hearing at the November 9th meeting, certainly just for receipt of those materials that we requested, because if if the materials are showing anything that would, generate further comments, we might want to be able to hear those in a public hearing setting. So I just wanted to see what board members thought about that before we go ahead with any motions. I guess my feeling is, and that's kind of why I wrote that down to myself as a note, that because we really don't have all the plan materials that we had asked for, and we oftentimes do hold a public hearing open pending receipt of those materials. But what does the board think?
I can agree with you, Mr. Chairman. I think we can, I don't see any harm in keeping it open until we receive whatever's necessary. So, and when we receive it, it could change anybody's perception on it. So I don't see any reason why we couldn't leave it open. I don't think there's any harm in it.
Anyone have any other thoughts?
I agree with that, Mr. Chairman. I think that the answers to some of the questions that were provided by these folks may in fact solicit additional public opinions.
Fred, any thoughts?
No problem. No problem keeping it open.
Okay. How about down here?
Yeah, let's keep it open.
Okay. All right, then would someone like to make a motion to continue this public hearing for SKLJ Inc. at the November 9th, 2023 meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Fred moves it. Felix seconds it. Any further discussion?
No.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so the public hearing will be continued at the November 9th meeting, and again, that will be in part pending submission of the detailed landscaping plan and planting schedule. Let's see, I kind of put a note to myself to be as up-to-date as possible to see whether we had received the GML referral response, but I don't think we have on this one, have we, or did
I'm
we?
gonna have to look, I don't have it.
Yeah, I don't have it in.
I can look if you want.
I normally put it all in my packet, and I don't see it there.
Maybe from way back, that's the problem. I think that was incomplete if I remember correctly.
I believe so, too.
So until we get complete plans, I can't send it to them.
Yeah. And it wouldn't be complete without the landscaping plan either, so.
That's correct.
So that's another thing we're still kind of waiting on, which would, I'm not sure it would necessarily hold off closing the public hearing in November if things work out that way, but the other thing I was thinking about that I'll ask the board is, the board had classified this as an unlisted action at the last meeting. Even though we're continuing the public hearing, would it be appropriate to ask CPL to prepare a draft determination of environmental significance for the November 9th meeting so that if the public hearing goes well and we close it, and we have the materials that we're waiting for, that we'd be in a position to make the determination at that meeting? We do that sometimes. It's not something we have to do. Just thought I'd check to see what the board thought.
I think that's a good idea.
We don't have to adopt it, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have to adopt.
So, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, let's go ahead.
All right, so would someone like to make a motion to that effect for preparing the draft determination of environmental significance for consideration at the November 9th meeting?
So moved.
I'll second it.
Anthony moves it, Fred seconds it. Any further discussion?
No.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, so we'll have that for the November meeting.
Mr. Chairman, just for the record, the county did consider this incomplete back on June 7th.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
So they want a full submission back to them with everything.
And I think once we receive the landscaping plan.
I can do that.
Does that require an extra copy?
No, it's whatever you normally give me. I have
Just the
to upload
5?
it to their website and I have to mail it.
So do I have to give you 6 copies, or?
No.
Okay,
Give me what you normally give me.
all right.
And that would be the full set of plans,
I need
including the
complete
landscaping
sets,
plan.
That's correct.
Yep.
Not just sheets, Steve, I need the whole set.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Good. So we're all set with that.
Good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Steve, can you make sure you change the date on the public hearing signs and announcement, please? Yes. Thank you.
Okay. Moving on to the next item on the agenda, we have a request for extension of approval. This is for 415, 453 Route 9, which is also known as the Duchess Mall site, subdivision and site development plan. Board to review the submission made by the applicant's representative on September 27th regarding the following extensions. Welcome, and if you could just give us a brief overview. These are actually 2 separate extensions that we'll be dealing with, so if you want to kind of quickly go through those.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you, Chairman, members of the board. Chris Fisher with the firm of Cuddy & Fader. I'm here on behalf of the property owners. We did submit a request for an extension. We were here back in July for an initial extension, 90 days on the subdivision application in order to advance the conditions of approval on your subdivision approval. Those include, as you would expect, various applications to other governmental agencies like DEC and DOT. We've undertaken that work. I did bring with me Franz Lackey, who is the professional engineer of record on this particular project, just to give an update as needed, and also with me is Jeff Ringler of the property ownership. Those applications are in. That work is being undertaken. Our expectation is it's going to take us a little bit more than an additional 90 days. That's why we've asked for the 180 days. And then the second extension that you have before you is, as we were looking at these timeframes, the site plan application comes up for expiration or extension in January, I believe. So we thought it made sense to run the dates coterminous so we don't have to come back in December and have an extension for each of these running out to May 4th. But Franz, we want to give just a quick update, or Jeff, on where we are?
Please. Yep.
Yes, so the last time we were in front of you, we were looking for a condition to the 2 approvals. Basically, we had a contract vendee on the property, did fall out of contract, and as ownership for the property, we took the project on ourselves and rehired all of the original design consultants and have been working to finalize the conditions so that we can finalize the project and hopefully see it to fruition. So we are working on it, and we hope to finalize it in the upcoming months.
Good. Okay. Thanks for that. So let's see. First of all, I wanted to ask Dominic Cordisco if you have any legal concerns or comments related to the requests. The combining the 2 90-day requests is, I don't think it's a legal question, but is it something we should be able to consider?
There's no impediment that would prevent them from doing it, and there's a logic to it as well. It's certainly within the board's discretion to do so. They are within their timeframes for requesting these extensions, and unless there's been a change in law or circumstances in connection with the project, the case law is pretty clear that the applicants are entitled to their extensions. So.
Any questions or comments from board members?
No.
All right.
Get it done.
So let's do this in 2 separate motions. So the first one is a motion to approve the request for 2 successive 90-day extensions of the resolution of preliminary and conditional final subdivision approval for 415, 453 U.S. Route 9, which is currently scheduled to expire on November 6, 2023, extending it to May 4th, 2024. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Felix moves it. Is there a second?
Second.
I think Bob beat you to it. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes 7-0. And then the second motion would be to approve the request for an extension of the resolution of preliminary and conditional final site development plan approval for 415, 453 US Route 9 to run concurrently with the subdivision extension to May 4th, 2024. That in effect would be an 85-day extension. Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Felix moves it. Is there a second?
Second.
Fred seconds it. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes 7-0. All right, well, thanks for
Thank you.
coming, and thanks for your patience. All right, getting to project reviews now. First one is Basis Industrial, Route 9D.
I have to go get Liz, John.
All right. Site development plan and special use permit. Board to review the submission made by the applicant's representative on September 27th, 2023. Welcome back.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. George Elisandratos from Keenan Bean Law Firm in White Plains. On behalf of the applicant, with me tonight I have Zoe Daniel from Basis Industrial, I have Chris Michalik from SGW Architecture, Jackie Giordano from Dynamic Engineering, and Corey Chase from Dynamic Traffic. So we have a full team here tonight. Minor updates since the last time we were here. So we spoke with CPL offline, and I think it was a very productive call. We addressed some of the comment memos from, some of the comments in the memo that she issued last time. So there were 6 main changes. We revised a few things, but there were 6 main changes and clarifications. I listed them in the cover letter, but to go over them quickly, the EAF was revised to address the comments made by CPL. We added some colorized zone lines and project areas to the cover sheet and to the aerial plan, which I think makes it easier to sort of understand what's going on and where each part of the site is. We added a note to the overall site plan to confirm that no change in use is being proposed to that, I call it the upper half. It's not quite north, but every site plan we look at, it is north on the paper. On-site circulation hours were also modified. We're no longer proposing the dead-end stub at the end of the former Ninney Drive. That was a comment that was made last time, so we've addressed that. It has a T intersection. It's not going to, it will not change any of the proposed on-site circulation. We also added a note to clarify that the cellar space in the self-storage facility is not included in FAR calculations. Again, I know there was a bit of a, conversation that we had last time about that issue. And we also revised the architectural aspects of the project. We added more mansard to the front facade of the storage building, specifically the front corners of the storage building. And we revised the color of the building to be network gray, so it isn't that bright white, and we are getting duller and duller each time. So those are the changes that we've made. Since then, we've also received the memo from CPL dated October 6th, and there was one comment in there that we were particularly pleased to see, and it's the comment number 4, and we think it's an important one, that it is recommended at this time that the planning board consider initiating review under SEQA by declaring their intent to serve as lead agency, indicating that it is a type 1 action, which we also had discussion about, and circulating the notice of intent. So that's what we're here for. That's in a nutshell the updates from last time, but as always, we're more than willing to answer any questions. I have the full team here today.
And first, can you perhaps put up the renderings of the building so that we and the public can see the new architecture of it?
Mm-hmm. Just bear with me. So I think this is a good angle, and we have some of the other ones too that we could change to, but we added the mansard here on the front of the facade. If we scroll through some of the other ones, you'll see sort of that different color. I'm not going to sit here and say I'm a color expert, so if there's any questions about color and the architectural aspects, we do have our architect here. But this is the new architecture, again, in direct response to the comments from CPL and from the board.
Are you going to have a sign on that building?
Yeah, well, there is going to be a sign on the building. I think it's actually, so if we go to one of the other,
Yeah, I think there's one that may show.
so this is the other side, it should be, you can see it a little here, I mean, it says self-storage, I don't think the sign is going to just say self-storage, but this is a indication, and I'll zoom in a little too, to make it easier to see.
Yeah.
Center of the building, you know, where one of those notches were added. I don't think it's going to be too overly obnoxious or anything like that.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
All right, well, why don't we ask Liz and John to summarize CPL's review memo dated October 6, 2023, and then we'll go from there. You guys can figure out who talks first. And
I'm going to defer to Liz. They did address some of the engineering comments, but we're still waiting on like a revised SWIP, and that will be coming, I'm sure, with a future submission. So the bulk of the review was done by Liz and Dave Hastings, our traffic consultant, so I'll let Liz take you through that.
And again, please just summarize.
I will. There was a lot of progress. I had offline consultation with the applicant's folks, and that was I thought it was very helpful. I probably drove them nuts, but there was quite a bit of progress. There are a couple of land use type issues that may need to be ironed out, that maybe looks like you're bumping up a little bit on some of those things. So as I got to the end of the review, there's a 20-foot buffer in back, and all you have there is 8, so you're going to have to scooch and figure that out.
Yeah, that's a potential, and what Liz is referring to, and I can show it on the site plan, maybe that's a little easier to.
Yeah, it's pretty skinny, and it's the buffer necessary between the GB zoning aspect and the residential aspect right behind.
So yes, to Liz's point, they're behind the storage building on what we're looking at here. That's obviously the R15 zone, this is the GB zone. There is a proposed 8-foot kind of buffer between the two. There is the potential to increase that buffer, I believe. I could have the engineer speak more to that. You know, if it comes down to needing to extend it, or I know that the code provides for a fence, the planning board determines.
Yeah, I mean, the main thing is that it's supposed to be a 20-foot buffer. So.
Yeah, and you know, we could look into that. What the final outcome looks like, I don't know. We could speak to the engineer.
I just figured I'd point that out just in terms of what are you bumping up against in terms of making it all fit. I mean, I had some specific comments. The one thing I seem to be missing is an existing conditions plan. I know you have whatever you need to make that as part of the plan set, and I was thinking more so that it's at the scale, I didn't say it exactly correctly, so that it's at the scale of the rest of the site plan set. That would be very helpful. And the issue with the basement, I understood it on the face of it, which is the concept that basement or unimproved space isn't supposed to count towards floor area and gross floor area, but the issue here, as I understand it, is that basement is going to be storage.
Yes.
So that would be improved, so I'm not sure it meets, so we need some.
To that extent, yeah, we actually
Right.
sent a letter to Joel Petrus, obviously the building inspector, code enforcement officer, and all the other hats Joel wears.
Okay.
On June 28th, 2023, seeking confirmation of the language of the code. I have a copy of that today. We did not include it with this submission. We could include it next time if necessary. We haven't heard back from Joel, but basically, to give you a sort of high-level understanding of the definition, gross floor area is defined as the sum of horizontal areas of the several floors of a building or buildings measured to the exterior of the outside wall of such buildings, but not to include attached or built-in garages, porches or terraces, basements, or unfinished floor area having a clear headroom of less than 7 feet. So the way the code is written, it says basements or unfinished floor area having a clear headroom of less than 7 feet. There's a comma there that we believe is misplaced, and this was explained in the letter to Joel, but it only makes sense, given the definition of basement and every other definition in the code, that it's basically basements or separately unfinished floor areas with less than 7 feet. So having the basement having storage space based on the definition of the code, it is still excluded from gross floor area.
That doesn't make sense.
That doesn't make sense to me either, because it's,
Because if you're using it for
yeah, it's,
commercial storage, which is what you're doing.
Yes.
That doesn't make sense.
Yes,
Yeah,
but it's not uncommon in many municipalities that basements, even if they're finished,
That's residential.
it's just, no, look, we sent the letter to Joel, we haven't heard
right,
back.
so you're waiting to
Yeah,
hear.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think we discussed that at least the last meeting, if not a couple of times, that there may be a distinction between what the building department and the code defines as floor area for purposes of, building calculations versus what seeker may call for in terms of making some determinations about classifying the action and such.
and I think, Liz, to your point, this is purely for the floor area. I think for SECRA, we clarified the.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
that I'm not concerned about.
Yeah.
I guess I was just more concerned about,
If there would be a variance or-
you are meeting your, what is it, .39,
covered.
Floor area ratio or whatever.
yes, floor area ratio, but the reason that you're meeting it is because the basement isn't included, because it's theoretically not counted as usable floor area. So that, we definitely need clarification on that. To be honest, as a planner, the idea of having the basement to have more gross leasable area, I understand that, just purely from a business standpoint. But if adding the basement area ends up bumping up the maximum gross floor area that you can have, and there's a need for a variance, that's a different issue. I just want to know which one is it. And the only reason I bring it up is because there are a couple places where you are bumping up against things, and I get it. It's a business, it's a business development. So the intention is to try to maximize what you can do, because you're going to have your expense of developing the site. I just want to make sure that all of that works for the town, and the other reason I brought it up is because the parking calculation for storage, understanding that storage is you come, you bring your stuff, you leave it, but the calculation based on the 2 floors, not the basement, the parking requirement would be 76 spaces, and 10 are proposed. So I think it'd be great if we could get to a point where there's just a reasonableness about that maybe you need some kind of parking variance, but I think it's too extreme. In other words, I think you're pushing so up against the zoning parameters that it just feels like it'd be great to get some definition on it, and great to examine it under the standpoint of what does zoning and building think of it, and does it or does it not require some kind of a variance? And then the planning board can use their discretion to determine, whether they recommend the variance or not, or would want to, It's those kinds of things where, since you're bumping up against things, let's try to adapt a few to make some of this more conforming. And in my opinion, the commercial being next to the R15, that buffer is more important, in my mind, looking at the use in the community, than how much parking a storage place needs. But I think we need to come to closer conformance before we can start thinking about those things.
Well,
if that's all right for me to say.
Understood. I mean, you say closer conformance. For the record, we are conforming with FAR based on the definition of the code. The buffer, I understand, 8 feet as opposed to 20 feet. The R15 zone behind here, a little north of this, we have an overlay of it. there's not people living right on the other side of this, so I understand the need for the buffer. I'm not minimizing that at all, but I want to clarify, just in case there's any confusion, the conditions of the site. I'm trying to scroll up here. Bear with me, sorry guys. Yeah, the conditions right behind where the storage building is going to be, it's wooded, you have some, it looks like a dumping ground kind of thing, maybe truck storage, whatever the case is. So again, not to minimize the importance of the buffer by any means, but I do want to clarify, it's not houses that are 10 feet away from the end of the project. It is a buffer in its current existence, so to speak. It's not nicely manicured and all that, but there is space there. So again, not to minimize, I just wanted to clarify.
If you had to extend that, would you be extending from the 8 feet, the extra 12 feet going into the R15?
What was that? I'm sorry?
Are you,
It's supposed to be from the back GB line into the site. It's supposed to be 20 feet that way.
Yeah.
If you're near a residential zoning district.
Yeah, look, we will definitely look into it, and again, the planning board also under the code, I understand, has the right to say, you know what, we don't want a buffer, it doesn't make sense, you can have, I think, a fence of up to 8 feet or something like that, so there are ways to look into it, and we will certainly look into it, but I thought it was important to provide some context as to, there's no need to panic about people's houses being, I understand your point,
It's better to bring these
Liz.
things out so that you're aware of any parameters.
No,
that
absolutely,
need
absolutely.
more. And on the basement thing, I guess I can make a comparison. Let's say you had a 2-story restaurant, you had a basement, and that's where you kept all your like paper towels and your canned goods and stuff like that. So maybe a basement isn't improved, it's just a bunch of shelving to keep whatever stock you need to run your business. Or it's a house and it's your basement and maybe it's just a place, maybe you got a couple laundry machines and a floor where your kids can go around on roller skates or whatever they do. And the difference that I'm pointing out here is that it's actually, it's area that you'll be gaining income on because it will have improvements. I don't think you have trucks driving into a dirt floor and just leaving piles of stuff. I think it'll be units. So I think that's the difference, and that's why it would help to have clarification.
Yeah, clarification for sure. I mean,
Maybe a letter.
The code, we sent the letter, we haven't heard anything,
I
so
know we did.
we can't
It's
bang
tough.
on the door until we get something
He's
too.
busy.
The town's
He's very
busy.
busy man. Yep.
And it's the same thing, in residential as well. Yeah, you might have an unfinished basement, but you also might have a finished basement with a living room or whatever you want to call it, so that it's not illegal, not a bedroom or whatever the case is, but it doesn't count the floor area, so it doesn't necessarily have to be roller skating or anything.
Right.
So that's where we stand. Right now, based on the definition and the lack of response, the floor area is conforming because the basement is not counted in FAR. If we could get clarification, for sure, 100% certainty, better for everyone involved, I agree.
Anything else you want to highlight from your memo, Liz?
I mean, I don't want to go into the weeds.
Oh, why not?
We do, well, I think last time we had mentioned the presence of endangered or threatened species. Bald eagle is the one that I'm bringing out. Indiana bat, I think, I see what the site is, but I think you need a habitat assessment report for that, and I don't think that should be difficult to.
We've actually already got the ball rolling on that, so.
Good, because it's amazing where you see
Mhm.
eagles. Let me just flip through and see if there's anything else.
There is an email that we're going to include with our next submission for the SHPO, the Chris email, just to clarify the documents. I know the one that was circulated, and it wasn't part of the planning board's official record. We are going to include that in our next submission.
So whatever documents you submitted to them will be in the planning board's.
Yeah, well, everything in the EAF attachment is in the planning board's possession. It was that one, remember you sent an email sort of saying, what did you respond to when they asked for more information? We sent that email clarification showing that SHPO asked for more information, and that's what the documents are in response to. It was
the stormwater and all that, the EAF?
No.
Oh,
You remember, Debbie, you know what I'm talking about?
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out in consultation.
No, absolutely. I just wanted to clarify that, because
I appreciate that.
it's the comment H at the bottom of page 3, Liz, just for,
Yep.
So did you have to do Phase 1A and Phase 1B? Did you
What
have
was
to
that?
do Phase 1A and Phase 1B reports, or?
well, did we have to do?
Yeah, that's what typically.
No.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
We'll figure that out in consultation. Those are the big ones. A lot of it is plan clarification and more code specifics. On Pappas Lane, I realize that's just part of a lot. It's not, I was looking at the mapping today. That isn't any kind of road right-of-way, I don't believe. Does that ring a bell?
Pappas Lane? It's a private road.
It is just a private road.
Yes.
And I guess my question is clarify whether Pappas Lane would be considered a local road. In other words, were you considering any improvements?
Actually, let me look at the traffic study, because I think I saw something in there.
Yeah, there are certain improvements sometimes, sorry.
Yeah, this was more about like what the proposal is. Whether that's going to be improved and brought up to some kind of specification because there'll be more traffic coming out of it. So it was a prior comment that I had repeated, referring to the code chapter that deals with that.
Okay, I'm referring to the traffic impact study update dated August 28th, 2023 by Dynamic Traffic. And on page 3, right near the beginning of their report, they specifically say, Pappas Lane is a local roadway under the jurisdiction of Town of Fishkill.
Okay.
So that's at least the statement by the traffic consulting engineer for the applicants.
Okay.
And I know we had asked that question before because we wanted to know what the status of that roadway, or whatever you want to call
And
it, is.
it's not clear to me what the status of the improvements are, so if that
Yeah,
becomes
but-
an issue, so.
So there may be issues with the mapping of that road and what the actual right-of-way is, but it probably would be interesting to see what kind of documentation the traffic engineer based that statement on. They found out from somewhere that it's a local roadway under the jurisdiction of the Town of Fishkill, so perhaps some documentation could be provided on it.
And then the sidewalks should be along the entire frontage.
So, yeah, in front of the fast food side there. I think we've covered pretty much everything except maybe the end of the fast food, which is a little section. I don't know what keeps going on here.
I think it's.
So, right here is the only real place missing sidewalks.
Can you zoom so the board could see it?
Yeah. So a sidewalk to be added here along
Definitely.
along Route 9D.
Okay. And what about the other end?
The other end is where the gas station is, so.
Well, I meant for there to be sidewalk continuing along there also.
So let me bring up, there was some very interesting information from CPL's traffic engineer, David Harding, I think is his name?
David Hastings.
Hastings, I was close. Got a couple of letters wrong.
That's okay.
But one of the things he focused on
Yeah.
actually has to do with that, the eastern site driveway, which is the gas station driveway. That's the existing driveway on Route 9D. And David indicates that the eastern site driveway at the existing gas station proposed to be retained and converted into a right-out only egress driveway should be eliminated, and then there's a whole rationale for that on page 12 of CPL's memo.
And then up front, his comments begin the bottom of page 9, and he did not agree about the TE, traffic engineering approach.
Yeah.
For the,
I was going to get to that too, but if you have any more inside information on that, it's kind of technical in terms of the traffic generation analysis, but yeah, David mentions that methodology has to be revisited.
Yep.
But I want to focus first on this question of the gas station entrance, because I think David made some really good points about why that eastern site driveway should be eliminated. And at the top of page 12, the specific reasons he cites are the driveway is only 15 feet from the eastbound stop bar, which is at the traffic signal at the intersection, which offers no queuing capacity for exiting vehicles, and the 25-foot width and lack of geometric modifications would encourage hazardous in and out traffic in spite of the exit-only designation, and also that non-compliant traffic within the 25-foot wide driveway would result in hazards associated with southbound left turns. And, you know, that's kind of what's happening now at that intersection. And I brought that up at the last meeting regarding the possibility of actually closing off that gas station entrance, which at least one of our planning board members didn't like the idea of, but this is our traffic engineer indicating some specific technical recommendations in his mind why that should be closed down, which then gets back to the question about the extension of the sidewalk as far in that direction as possible, regardless of what ends up being decided about that gas station entrance. Please, go ahead.
Yeah, certainly, and I know that we've discussed this at prior meetings. So we are closing one of the existing curb cuts associated with the gas station. We certainly felt that keeping both of those driveways as they are today was not going to be in the best interest of the community. So we did agree to close the driveway a little bit further from the signal. Really the genesis for maintaining that existing right-out only driveway, and we can certainly work with David. We had a pre-application meeting with the New York State Department of Transportation. We're submitting their initial proposal review for the commercial highway work permit application, so they're obviously going to provide feedback on that as well. But we are, given that we're maintaining that existing convenience store and the pump islands in their current location, we are somewhat bound to maintain adequate circulation for those pump islands. And what that's really going to do is, there are, as I mentioned, those 3 existing pumps. You have fueling positions on either side of those pumps. If you close this driveway off completely, you're now requiring anybody to exit, recirculate the building, weave back around to get to this driveway to Pappas Lane to exit the site. So we found that it was really in the best interest to maintain that right-out only movement. We can certainly look at narrowing this curb opening to further restrict it, provide some sort of channelization here as well. But we need to be able to provide vehicles with the ability to directly egress back onto 9D from this position. Right now, there's no control there, so vehicles can go in, out, make any movements that they wish. We're certainly going to add directional signage restricting that there are no left turns into that driveway, no left turns out of that driveway, striping, and any sort of additional curb modifications that we can do to really restrict that and indicate that it's truly a right-out only movement. But to require all the vehicles that are lined up in these fueling positions to then effectively make a U-turn, go back around the building, to get to Pappas Lane to egress, we didn't feel it was in the best interest of that on-site circulation. So that was really the reasoning behind maintaining it. And we fully acknowledge that keeping both of these driveways was a non-starter, in addition to what we're proposing further down 9D. So, we certainly, we're closing that, we're curbing this off, and really the reasoning, the board can see, the width of that island, there is a concrete island here actually separating 9D from the existing gas station convenience store. So there's a physical barrier here that's going to prevent any movements from occurring, but just based on the location, again, of those pump islands, that island isn't wide enough that could actually accommodate a sidewalk, so that's why we're stopping it just before that right-in, right-out driveway.
So we definitely will need to get the input from State DOT on all of that and see what they think about it.
We are, and we just initiated that first formal review. Like I mentioned, we had the pre-application meeting, so we will be getting written comments back from them. As part of that initial proposal review, you submit the traffic study as well as the site plan, so they'll be providing us with their detailed feedback on that.
And I think, again, what Liz was beginning to say about extending the sidewalk as far in that direction as possible, I mean, we want to do it in a safe way and where it's actually feasible, but, that gas station, the existing gas station condition is certainly causing some issues, I think, in some of our minds in terms of how this whole project is going to fit together and how the pedestrian safety in that area is going to be improved to the extent possible. So I think that's our main concern.
John?
As well as consistency with our comprehensive plan update, which really talks about a lot of safety improvements along that Route 90 corridor. Yeah,
I have a question.
go ahead.
A car, let's say there's a car at that gas station pump, right? Back, yep, right there. How many vehicles would be able to try to be pulling in before they're stuck out on the road? Is there enough room to get 2 more vehicles in there? Or is it like somebody's there, they haven't quite pulled up all the way, now somebody else is trying to turn in?
So that's really why we restricted the ingress movement. So we eliminated that. So anybody that's actually entering the site would either have to go in the right-in driveway and circulate through here, or use Pappas Lane to come in behind the building. So any queuing that occurs as a result of vehicles at the pump is all going to occur in this area on site.
Okay.
It's separated by that curbed area. So really, and that was really, honestly, when we looked at this, we knew that just what you were mentioning was that concern. So that's why we wanted to close this driveway that's here today, so that no one could come in this way, and no one would end up being backed up out onto 9D. It's all going to occur in the site, in this area over here.
Okay.
Did you look at the alternative of closing the one closer to the intersection and leaving the one farther from the intersection open? Or was that not good?
It was really, the spacing too was another consideration.
Right.
Obviously from this driveway, keeping this open, you have 2 driveways in quick succession.
Yep.
So we felt like, even though you are correct that this one is closer to the intersection, that it would still providing that separation, and again, restricting it to right out only, and any left turns that are going to be made will do so via the signal, no more ingress movement, so you don't worry about, vehicles, and again, what was just mentioned, potentially backing up onto the road, waiting for vehicles that are at the fuel island. So.
I think what really stood out for me, being just a planner, is that it was so wide. It's just like, okay, there's an arrow there, but it looked like it was 25 feet wide. I don't print out plans anymore, I just look on screen. So I was just trying to figure it, and it looked like it was 25 feet wide, and I thought, who cares about the arrow? People are gonna just go in and out as they, you know what I'm saying? I drive, so I know it.
Yeah,
we understand that comment.
That was David's concern as well.
Yeah. Yep.
We can certainly work to tighten that up and provide some sort of channelization. We can look to possibly increase some of the curb within the site to provide more of a channelizing.
Oh, plus, if pedestrians are going by there, people have to slow down for that.
Certainly.
If I may, Mr. Chairman,
Go
I'm now
ahead.
going to be on the other side of this. I'm still really against closing all of them up. Right now, that gas station has 3 direct entrances, not including a 4th one that goes into the restaurant that was there. So you have a business that has 3 ways to get into their business right now, and we're proposing to close them all.
Don't say we're proposing to.
No, well, that's what we're
The
looking
broader we.
But that's what we're looking at this point. And, I'm just looking at it that there's a existing business owner there who has a business where there's incredible access into their facility, and then if we go with the plan with what we're talking about, we'll close all the entrances to their business. And that's gotta hurt business. So I think we can't just, I don't think we can simply just think about what the applicant's doing. We gotta think about who's there right now. Also, I don't know how long their lease is, but can we just, I don't know, legally just close their entrances and
Well,
not worry about their lease?
I know the gas station.
Yeah, I know the gas station, too.
A lot of times,
All right, Bob.
and it is the Wild West at this point.
Oh, yeah,
That's
sure.
where you go in and out of that place. And I've gone in there with U-Haul trucks that come out across the way, across 9D, it's reflex. And he's right, if you're going to do that much of a demonstrative thing of like closing down, people, I see things that are set up a certain way and it says do not enter, and people are just turning in because it's there, because they just want to get in there because it's a business. So now if you have the carrot right here and you can't get in there, you're going to probably do it illegally.
Either that or they're just going to go right past it. They're just, I
Either
just.
that or go past it.
That's my feeling is that we really have to also think about the existing business owner. That they have a business there that they've obviously invested in, and how are we going to close all their accesses to their business?
Well, let me ask whether, Felix is concerned about closing the access to the gas station, and this most recent version of the plan is the applicant's take on, trying to make access to the whole site better and more usable. Have you had discussions with the gas station operator in terms of what the current plans are showing?
I'm not aware of any communications. I don't want to speak affirmatively to either which way, but to Mr. Lopez's point, the lease is still existing. So it would be it's a tough ask to go to a business person. Imagine you own the gas station and said, hey, by the way, do you mind if we close off all access to your site? Yeah, sure, why not? That's a hard ask. In terms of the width of the entrance and the exit, really, to Liz's point, absolutely understand that. As Corey indicated, we could look into sort of some channeling. But, of course, yes, we all know in reality if you have a do not enter sign, people might not see it or whatever the case is and still enter. But that's not something that the applicant can control, right?
Yeah, sorry, officer, I didn't see that traffic light.
Yeah, so it's not something we at this stage cannot control enforcement. If someone turns in, they could get a ticket or whatever the case is, but we can only do so much.
Anyway, go ahead, Bob, go
What
ahead.
I've seen is that you have good intentions. I understand trying to make it safe and everything else, but sometimes what projection I told you of, like sometimes the vacuum thing of like not really understanding reality is that people want to get to this place, and if you can't get access into it, you're going to find a way to get into it. So I think it has to really be thought out a little clearer than just, because I understand what you're trying to, trying to make that, it's a busy road, 90 right there, especially with the ballpark right there and everything else going on.
Exactly.
I understand it, but I'm just telling you, I've seen it where where how they legislated the entrances and exits don't handle the volume. That's the thing too. It's not thought of like 5 years down the road, like, that now you got a lot more people going in. You got the fast food restaurant, you got the gas station, you got the warehouse in the back, the storage, and you got the car wash and everything else. A lot of stuff going on.
It is, and that's honestly, we did try to think about as much of that as we could when we were developing this, and that was really part of it too, is introducing the car wash right behind the gas station and convenience store. We hope that the owner would see that as a benefit, as an additional draw, some additional patrons. But making sure that these uses all act cohesively. And that's why you can see these longer driveway throats. And, what we're trying to do there is pull as much of that traffic as far away from 9D as we can before you're having these internal intersections. And we also hope that we can retrain the public. And, like you mentioned, it is a little bit like the Wild West out there. It's pretty much just open pavement everywhere, and you can drive any which way. We hope to make this a more inviting site by curbing some of this off and providing more
it's
directional
definitely-
channelization and saying,
That place needs to be cleaned up.
here's where you should go, here's where you shouldn't go. And maybe, you'll see customers that just wouldn't go there for the reason that you could be pulling out of here and someone could be cutting across in through here now at the signal. And, we won't have that in the future, we're hoping.
And there's going to be signs anyway, where I would imagine where you come in and you go out, there's going to be a sign that says gas station and stuff, so I think it's better, honestly.
There, at that intersection now, sometimes you'll even see a car coming, I call it southbound, let's say towards Beacon, that's going to zoom through that intersection, cut in front of cars to get into the gas station, kind of at an angle.
Yeah, an angle, right, that's.
And that's got to be fixed.
And that was really, we'd seen some of that too, and that was really why we proposed all this curbing, all this landscaping in here to really delineate where Pappas Lane is and provide a traditional radius at the intersection, so you were actually really delineating where the road is versus where the site is and separating the two.
So I suspect that State DOT will have a lot to say about how this is going to work, and they might even have some requirements that some of us might not like to see, and others of us might actually love to see. And I think, I've heard comments from a couple of board members who think there should be more access to the gas station, and others of us who think it should be actually closed off, just as CPL's traffic engineer recommended. So I think DOT is going to have a tough job looking at all of this and coming up with some solutions that are going to work. And that's why I had actually asked for the possibility of looking at a kind of a new combined access for internal circulation within the site to serve all the users of the site. Now, if that gas station is going to continue, then they're going to be one of the users. And if DOT says that access should be closed off and extend the sideway to the intersection for safe pedestrian access with perhaps a new crosswalk across that part of Route 9D, which would be a pretty good idea, because people crossing at that intersection have a bad time doing it. It's terrible. So if DOT does determine that, it's quite possible that to make that gas station continue as a viable use, there's going to have to be some other accommodation for it internally.
Did you project for the oil truck too? The gas truck that's going to fill up?
Good point. Good point, Fred.
Yeah.
Well, how would it get in if everything's closed?
Well, yeah, that's part of it.
I would consider, how is he going to get out again too?
Yeah.
I can see how he gets in.
If
and then
everything
makes
was
the
closed,
U-turn,
yeah.
And then what?
Well, most likely that kind of service, in a sense, for the gas station could more easily use the Pappas Lane
Yeah, Pappas.
access to the site. And, they'll know once the pattern has been established that that's where they're supposed to go in, as opposed to
Yeah.
cars who are just wanting to fill up with gas and may not even be familiar with that area, or just going to see the gas station and go, oh, look, honey, you missed the gas station.
Keep going.
Yeah. Yeah, either they keep going and miss it, or they zoom in front of traffic to get into it. So it's an issue. And so the other point that Liz started to mention about David Hastings' observations, his analysis indicates that, and this is a very summary of his points, but his analysis indicates that the proposed development fails to meet the criteria for consideration as a mixed-use development under ITE's guidelines, and that use of the internal capture reductions on trip generation are inappropriate and must be eliminated, and that the TIS trip generation analysis has to be revised accordingly. So that's from our traffic consultant.
Yeah, I'd be happy to discuss that directly with David. I mean, obviously, from my standpoint, I disagree with that. Obviously, the whole point of interconnecting these uses is to assume some sort of interaction between them. Certainly, the car wash and the convenience store are going to have people that use both. Even
So-
fast food, the car wash and the convenience store. So there is going to be a certain level of interaction between the two. You know, the
Yeah.
IT provides general guidance as to how we come up with those reductions associated with that internal capture. I'd certainly be willing to discuss it with David and come up with some middle ground. I don't think it's fair to assume that all these uses were independent of one another and there's no, you know, cross-utilization between all those uses, because there's certainly going to be. There are very much, we didn't include the self-storage in that, so that was in and of itself, you know, we didn't assume any cross-utilization. It was really between the car wash, the convenience store, and some of the fast food. So, you know, I think between us, we can come up with a middle ground as to really what should be done, but, you know, I understand his opinion. And if you read the black and white of, you know, how that's applied, you know, I certainly get where he's coming from, but unfortunately, those guidelines don't cover every use. You know, they provide general commercial guidelines, general residential, office, and things like that. So it leaves the traffic engineers with some interpretation to do when we're coming up with site-specific things.
Yeah, so that communication, hold on, Fred. That communication, I think, would be important, and I'm sure you've read David's whole rationale for why he recommended that change. So I do think some communication between you and David would be important, and make sure that you're both on, if not the same, at least a similar wavelength on it.
Certainly.
Can we assume that offline consultation between CPL and the applicant's folks can go on again?
Can continue, yes. I think we've already given that authorization, right?
Just making sure.
Yep. Okay, so that's a lot so far. Meanwhile, Dominic, you've been sitting here listening to all this. Any comments or observations so far?
Yes, the one procedural step that the board should consider taking tonight was discussed at last month's meeting, which was to circulate for lead agency. You know, that's, I think, an important step in the process. Seeker encourages lead agencies to establish themselves as lead agency as soon as possible. The board has been reviewing this application since May, and there's been a number of refinements and information provided to the board that certainly have gone to improve the project and the understanding. And I think getting outside agency comments at this point, especially the DOT's comments, will be very helpful as the board continues to move forward.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the wording, I guess the wording's okay in comment 4.
Sure. I mean, I think, you know, they're at a point where they provided a great deal of information, and so circulating for lead agency, I think at this point would be fine.
Yeah, and so I think Liz has recommended in her memo that this could be classified as a type 1 action. So do you agree with that, Dominic?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So would someone like to make a motion to the effect of classifying this action, the basis industrial Route 90 site development plan and special use permit, as a type 1 action, and to circulate a notice of intent for the planning board to serve as lead agency to conduct a coordinated environmental review?
So moved.
Felix moves it. Is there a second?
Second.
Robbie, I think, seconded it.
Yep.
Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Oh, any abstentions? All right, so that passes 7-0. The other thing I'm thinking of, and Debbie, you might be able to weigh in on this, is I think we now have sufficient detail to resubmit the GML referral to the county, although there are going to
We
be...
need a full and complete package.
There are going to be further modifications throughout the process, but the earlier GML submission was determined to be incomplete.
So here's how that works. now that it's been done by them, they close it out, and I have to send everything as a walk in the door.
So it would require basically a whole new set, a whole new
Everything we've
package.
submitted to resubmit. Is that something that we would resubmit for next meeting for the planning board, or is that something we
Well, I
could?
would resubmit it to me right away, so I can get it to the county before.
Yeah,
so
'cause-
that they can resubmit
Well,
by the next meeting.
Yeah.
my suggestion, is it would include, the package would include everything that's previously been submitted that the board has already, seen and reviewed.
Of course, yeah.
Not new stuff that we
Yeah,
haven't seen
no,
yet.
I
Yes.
was more wondering if we could submit it like ASAP, for example, as opposed to resubmitting everything to you guys for the next meeting, and then we're just
No.
circulating the same
No.
thing. Okay.
I'll need that in a print form,
Mhm.
as well as on a stick, USB.
Mhm.
And then I will call you, George, because once I write up this letter, I'm gonna have to let you know how many hard copies of things I need to send out with the lead agency.
Okay, sounds good. So,
Thank you.
print and USB of entire packet for
Yeah.
GML.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, any further thoughts, suggestions from planning board members or our consultants on this? For now, this will be an ongoing review.
I think the applicant's representatives would agree that we've said enough.
Yeah, and so for that matter, are there any other questions from the applicant team at this
No.
point?
No questions at this time. Thank you very much for your time, as always.
Okay.
We will see you again in a couple weeks. Thank you
Okay,
again.
very good, thanks for coming.
They said
All right.
they must maintain it.
Okay, the next application is Rombout Fire District Station 2, Site Development Plan. Board to review. Did Dominic leave the room? I don't know that we can do this without him.
John?
Okay. Yeah, so we're going to need Dominic here to go through the resolution. Jody has indicated that she has to leave, so thank you for coming, Jody. And
I'm sorry.
I think what I'd like to do is appoint Kevin O'Connell to fill in for Jody and to be a voting member for the rest of the meeting. All right, so that is done. Thank you, Kevin. So we do have a draft resolution that I was going to ask Dominic Cordisco to go through. Welcome, Larry, and
Good to see you all.
have you received the resolution and have had?
I do have one question.
All right, we better wait for Dominic on that because he'll probably be able to answer it.
Actually, you may be able to answer,
All right,
John.
okay.
One of the, I thought one of the things we did at the last meeting was that we asked that the extension be granted then because we knew that our timing was,
We did send you an extension letter.
right?
Yes.
That's not represented in the,
It's not going to be. This is not an amendment to that resolution, so you start with a new date.
Thank you.
okay. But if
Well-
you read this, it sounds like we're expired. Okay.
You're gonna have a new adoption date at the bottom, right?
Well, this says that we were extended to October, whatever it was, October 9th, I think it said. That was the point. It's just, as I was reading, it seemed like there was a,
I'll leave that up to Mr. Cantor, Mr. Curtis.
I told you we'd need Dominic here.
Yeah, that's what I need down.
Was it extended to October 9th? I'm pretty sure that wasn't.
I think it was more than that.
I'm pretty sure it wasn't that date.
we did, we, at the last meeting, we extended it to sometime in the spring, I think, right?
Yeah, I think it was.
Didn't I send you a letter? I
You,
think
I think you did. But it's just-
I might be able to get that date, because the date's probably incorrect in the resolution.
And the point was not to have the possibility of it expiring.
Exactly.
Right.
Hold on one second.
Oh, actually, it may be in the resolution.
Extension running. Oh, no, I'm sorry. The planning board meeting September 14th. The meeting, project sponsored appeared and requested October 8th to 2023.
Until April 4th, 2024.
Yeah, so, I'm sorry, Debbie. I think it is in here.
So you're okay
Yes.
with that extension,
Yes.
but with this, if this new resolution is adopted, you'll have an even
You have more time.
longer time.
Right.
Yeah,
So-
it's extended to April 8th of 2024, that's the
Correct.
letter I just read.
Yeah.
Just so that you're aware.
Yeah, and it is in the resolution, which is a good thing, to be able to track these things. Do you have any other questions, Larry, on the resolution?
Is exactly what I think we were discussing.
All right. We are now glad to see Dominic Cordisco, who will now briefly run through the resolution for the Rombout Fire District Station 2.
Given that it's 10 o'clock and I think we still have 4 items, the resolution was revised exactly as the applicant requested it to. It defers the 2 legal documents to a later point so they can get the signed site plans and everything in order now. That's exactly what we prepared, and I would recommend that the board adopt.
That's a good summary, thank you.
So can we have a motion?
Would you like, Larry, would you like to take over the meeting so I can go home and watch the football game? There is a football game, I think.
Tomorrow's, perhaps.
Questions or comments from board members? If not, is there a motion to approve and adopt the resolution of amended conditional final site development plan approval for Rombout Fire District 2 as reviewed tonight, and to authorize the chair to sign it? I heard Fred moving it.
And I'm seconding it.
Felix seconds it. Any further discussion?
Nope.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? So, you have that. My understanding is that this action taken by the planning board tonight will now facilitate the signing of the final site development plan.
Yes.
And will rectify any potential inconsistencies in the building permit and construction process for this project. And I tried to word that as kindly as I could.
Yes, thank you. We'll be in
Good
touch with you,
stuff.
Debbie.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Larry.
Good night.
That
Thank
was
you.
good. Good to see you.
All right. Item number 6 is the item that was deferred until a future meeting. That was the Continental Commons Site Development Plan, et cetera. So that helps us move along a little bit here. And so the next item on the agenda is Healy Hyundai, amendment to site development plan and re-subdivision lot line revisions. Board to review and consider a draft resolution of preliminary and conditional final approval, amendment to site development plan, and a draft resolution of preliminary and conditional final approval for the re-subdivision lot line revisions. So we could have Dominic again start with whichever resolution you want to do. Probably the site development plan would be logical to start with. Meanwhile, Mark, if you have any questions, you've seen the resolutions?
Yes, we've seen them, and we take no exception with them.
Okay. Okay, that helps.
So can we make a motion?
Only Larry can do
Just
that.
for the record, we'll have Dominic go through it very quickly again.
Sure. So I'm just pulling it up here. Apologies. This would be draft number 4. It's dated October 7th. This is actually the resolution of lot line realignment approval, which was requested by the applicant as part of this amended approval. Lot line, as you know, is to amend the different parcels, lot lines that are part of the overall site. And I am not going to, if it's all right with the board, I am not going to read the entire resolution.
That's quite all right.
And point out that this is part of the plan overall for the development. It has very simple conditions. It says they have to sign the owner's consent block. They have to add the notes that are required by the board for the planning board chair's signature. There are deeds that are required with meets and bounds, which the applicant has seen these conditions as well and they consent to, as well as deeds that consolidate the various different portions that are being transferred from different lots. And they have to reimburse the town for all costs associated with review of these actions.
So the only thing in this resolution, I'd like to note that there's a correction needed in the headers on all of the pages, which refers, in the lot line realignment resolution here, it refers to the Second Amendment Site Development Plan.
Yes,
So
that's been corrected.
That has been corrected.
Okay, so just want to make sure that that's understood by anyone who may have gotten the version that I had. All right. Any questions from board members?
No, sir.
No.
All right. Is there a motion to approve and adopt the resolution of preliminary and conditional final lot line realignment approval for Hele Hyundai as reviewed tonight and to authorize the chair to sign it?
So moved.
Bob moves it. Is there a second?
Second.
Felix seconds it. Discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, that's good. Let's go to the other resolution for the site development plan.
Sure. This is a resolution regarding the second amended site development plan approval that the applicant is seeking. This is draft number 3, it's dated October 7th. It's a 9-page, single-space resolution. It goes through the history of the overall project, in the fact that they had previously received amended site development plan for the development of the site for the Hyundai dealership, and now are seeking a second amended site development plan approval based on conditions that have become apparent or desirable, rather, during the course of construction. So it sets forth the history there. This is very similar to the resolution that was previously adopted by the board for the overall development plan for the construction that's already occurring. And if I may just skip ahead to the various different conditions, we did include the fact that there's been discussion regarding installation of sidewalks along the project site frontage along Route 52. And so a highway work permit will be required if the DOT determines that sidewalks are appropriate at this location. We also have a outstanding Department of Health approval for the extension of the sanitary sewer and water line improvements. The other condition is that the lot reconfiguration plan is also required, so they will have to actually perfect that approval and file that plan with the county. They already have a performance bond in place, so they don't have to go through that, but they have to obviously maintain that performance bond, as well as the maintenance bond is also required. There are the standard note conditions regarding final plan revisions, and they have to address any of the outstanding comments in the board's engineer's September 11th memo. They have to pay all the fees. And then there are also additional standard conditions which we've been trying to incorporate, in all of these resolutions as we move forward. The strict compliance with all the seeker mitigation measures are required. There are limitations on use, so that the use that's being proposed is actually the use that's being allowed, and if there's changes to that use in the future, they would have to come back for seeking an amended approval. There's also a condition regarding the hours of operation. That is that vehicles shall be offloaded from tractor trailers and loaded onto tractor trailers on the site only between the hours of 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. No vehicles destined for the dealership shall be offloaded from Route 52 or within the Route 52 right-of-way. And then there's conditions regarding the fact that only what's shown on the plan can be built on the site. There's standard conditions regarding maintenance of landscaping and screening and lighting and architectural details. And that's about it.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from board members?
No.
Anything you wanted to add, John?
No.
Okay. All right, is there a motion to approve and adopt the resolution of preliminary and conditional final second amended site development plan approval for Healy Hyundai as reviewed tonight, and to authorize the chair to sign it?
So moved.
Felix moves it. Is there a second?
Second.
Bob seconds it. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, there we go.
Thank you very much.
I just wanted to say the board appreciates the applicant's cooperation, and we hope that the town's monitoring of the construction process goes a little bit more smoothly in the future.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next page.
Next project, Star of Bethlehem Baptist Church Site Development Plan and Special Use Permit. Board to review the application and supporting information accepted and referred at the September 14th, 2023 meeting. Welcome back. Thanks for your patience. Good. I think we're hanging in there. Hope you are too.
We are.
Understood. So, yeah, so this is basically, the first real review meeting for this project. So, I don't know if you wanted to provide any updates. I think the board remembers what this application is about.
Yes.
But if you'd like to add anything, feel free now. Otherwise, we have an engineering memorandum from our engineering consultants at CPL, and we could go through that.
Yes, okay.
Okay, so John, you want to do that?
Yeah, not much to it, as it does not appear that there is anything exterior proposed to the site. We did suggest that this could be declared a type 2 action based on that, subject to Dominic's agreement. And then other than that, we just asked that any areas that could be disturbed or any proposed improvements, exterior should be clearly indicated if there are any. If there aren't, there should be a note stating as such that there's no proposed exterior improvements. And we also asked that you just show the approximate locations of the water and sewer services to the building, just so the town has that for record.
Okay.
All right.
I've contacted our engineer, and he's working on that.
Okay.
So we should have that pretty soon.
Good. That's all I had.
Okay, thank you. And then there's also a response letter from the County Department of Planning and Development, referral response letter dated October 2nd, 2023. They basically just talk about signage and lighting. I think it's the board's understanding that you're not proposing any new lighting.
That's correct.
On the site. And are you proposing any, like, entrance sign for the facility?
There's already a sign that's there. We did submit we would just change the wording on the sign. It's not going to say Mary Kelly's anymore, but it will just have the church's information.
Okay, so.
But that has been submitted.
So that was part of that sort of pamphlet, or
Yes.
whatever you'd want to call it, that we received? Yeah. Okay. So any other questions or comments from board members?
No, none here.
Good, okay. So let's do the seeker classification. Again, the CPL memo indicates, and Dominic has confirmed, that this can be classified as a type 2 action. That comes from the section that deals with replacement, rehabilitation, or reconstruction of a structure or facility in kind on the same site, I believe. So is there a motion to classify this as a type 2 action requiring no further review under seeker?
So moved.
Second.
Fred moves it, and Felix seconds it. Any further discussion?
No.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? So my next question is, and my opinion is, I think we could schedule a public hearing on this for the November 9th meeting. Okay, so if no one disagrees with that, that would be for November 9th, 2023 at 7 PM or as soon thereafter as possible. I think we have a continuation of a public hearing from tonight's meeting that will continue at November 9th meeting. So this would be the second public hearing that evening. Would someone like to make a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Second.
Fred moves it. Oh, no, that was Kevin. Sorry. How could I do that?
Kevin moved it, I seconded.
All right, Anthony seconds it. Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? That passes 7-0. So what we do is we require the placement of one or more signs for the public hearing on the site. My suggestion is just one sign at the site driveway. Yep. Okay, I think we're all agreed on that.
I take care, I'll send you stuff.
Okay.
No worries.
All right.
Thank you very much.
So I think we're all set. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll see you next month.
What we got now?
All right.
Walmart.
We are now Walmart MFC pickup expansion, amendment to site development plan, board to review the application and supporting information accepted and referred at the September 14th, 2023 meeting. Welcome, Mr. Koger. Welcome back.
Thank you.
I don't know if we need a reminder about what this application is about. I think we all remember from the last meeting. But if there's anything you want to, tell us about further that you didn't talk about at the last meeting, you're welcome to.
No, I think as long as everyone remembers it from the last meeting, I think we can just go straight into Mr. Bodendorf's memo that he provided. I think we received it earlier this week, so we can go straight into that.
Okay, why don't we do that? Go ahead, John.
Okay, for seeker, we suggest that this be declared an unlisted action. And because there was an amended site plan approval given for the bigger expansion, we believe that this plan should reflect that, even though it, but I guess I want to ask Dominic
That was actually withdrawn, that's what I was going to ask.
Right. If they withdrew their project after getting an approval, is there any reason to refer to that amended site plan approval that was granted by the board?
Yeah, my understanding is that they not only, they withdrew it, but they've abandoned it, right? I mean, there's no
That's correct.
intention,
Yes,
so.
there's no intention of going back to
Yeah.
that plan at any point at this time, so.
Yeah, so I think, having that perhaps in writing from the applicant would be helpful, and any resolution of that.
Yeah, we actually submitted that to
We do have
Debbie
that, that's
before
already
we
been
started
constructed.
this project.
Yeah.
Right. Okay,
That's
and
right.
in that case, then, just, we'll remove general comment number 2.
Okay.
Other than that, they need to obtain a floodplain development permit from the town. There was a parking analysis done with the previous application. If you
Right.
could just, update that based on the current proposal.
Right, yeah, absolutely.
Yep. The limits of disturbance should include the proposed grading work that's being done on this.
So the limits are actually included, but there is one update to that I can provide to you and the town.
Okay.
We did receive survey in that area now, so we can actually provide more in-depth design plans in that area to show the actual grading extents.
Okay.
For that sidewalk area.
We need to have a schedule of bulk and area regulation shown on the site plan.
Right.
Just verify that if there are any other utilities located in the vicinity of the proposed work that they're shown.
Okay.
And I didn't see any proposed landscaping on the plan, so the board should discuss whether or not they want to see any landscaping in this area. It's not really visible from the.
Yeah.
We briefly discussed that last meeting too, like we're open to, if the board would like to see some landscaping, we can show that in that general area like we did for the previous project that we were doing, but since we weren't taking out any landscaping, we didn't show any. But if the board wants to see landscaping, we have no problem adding that to this project.
Okay. Good. And then there was a fairly lengthy list of comments from the county GML referral response letter that was dated October 3rd, 2023. And landscaping was one of the things that they brought up.
Right.
And I tend to agree. I mean, the town does also have some landscaping and design guidelines that talk about plantings in parking areas like this. So it might not be a bad opportunity to, do some sprucing up of that area in the project area on that
Okay.
side of the building. So I think if you can have some suggestions put into the form of a landscaping plan, that would be helpful for the
Right,
board.
yeah, we can submit something similar to what we did for the previous project, kind of place the trees in area, in that general project area, similar to what we did before.
Now, interestingly, the county also talked about excessive signage, and they were referring to the, the pickup sign assemblies.
Right.
I wonder if you had any comments or responses to that comment. You've seen the county's letter?
Yes, I have. If
Yeah.
you could refresh my memory on exactly what the comment was
Yeah,
related
so-
to the signage.
So they say, they start off saying there are 45 pickup parking sign assemblies proposed, one for each parking space.
Right.
Each has, I guess, call-in sign information about, picking up merchandise. Well, first of all, they say it's unclear how that would be regulated under the town code, but then they get into some other things about, in their minds, it was excessive signage, because this is going to be, again, 45 individual signs. And I think their thought was that, well, they call it an excessive amount of signage, and that perhaps we could work with the applicant on a more minimal approach for signage for these spaces. And then they go on to say that variances from the sign code might be required. So,
Is each parking spot going to be labeled pickup number one, pickup number two?
Yeah, so that's essentially what their
So that's what
comment
they're
is
Yeah.
saying. So if you kind of look at the screen here,
Kinda like what
each
they have on the other
space
side, right?
is
Oh, there it
supposed
is.
to have I'll zoom in a little more. So each space of the 45 would have a sign that has a call-in number. It just says, for further assistance, call this number. It would be the store's number. And then it'll have 1, 2, through 45, it would have that sign. And then it would have a sign that says pickup. So each stall of the 45 would have those 3 signs. That's Walmart's proto. That's just what they show for all their pickup stalls. If there's some variance that we would need to go through, or if the township wants us to look at amending that, we'll have to go to Walmart to see what they're willing to, I guess, adjust as far as their pickup signage is concerned. But typically, they want all their stores to be identical no matter what, so they like to have the same prototypical signage at each store within their fleet. So if there's a comment related to this and the township agrees with that comment made by the county, then we'll go back to Walmart and see what we can do to adjust the signage. But the reason that it's shown the way it is that's just Walmart's proto
Okay, so I
signage.
park at number 3.
Right.
I call in,
Mhm.
I say I'm here.
Yep.
And then they call me and say, come to the pickup?
So
Or they bring it out to me?
They bring it out to you, so
Okay,
you'll be.
So why do I need a pickup?
So
Then why do we need a pickup sign?
So you know where to park.
Yeah, it just designates that that's pickup number 3.
Oh, well, I'm just saying, once I'm there, all right.
Is there a photo example that could be provided of how this looks at another location?
Yes, absolutely. We can provide those. We can provide
I
some.
think that would help us understand.
Well, right now in the Walmart, isn't there like already a pickup?
There should be,
Yeah,
yes, there should be
is.
existing pickup on
'Cause
this
I've used
store
those
currently.
before. You just roll up, you call and they bring it out to you.
Yes.
Yeah. But there's going to be 45 of these signs.
I understand.
Yeah,
But
so
I'm just
that's-
saying, you know, I don't know how much that they have as far as,
Each one today has a pickup sign, I think.
yes.
Yeah,
And
it's the same
each one has a
thing.
pickup sign, and there'll be one, and then two, another number will be on the other side, right?
So if they're if it's back to
back to
back,
back.
then yes, it would be
Right.
one's on one side, one's on the other.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way they have it. I mean, I've used that a few times already, so.
You're lazy.
So,
It's not me, it's my wife. And that's on TV. so-
yeah.
That's true.
So I guess
don't lose that. I go
the
with it.
question is that many parking spaces typically, is it necessary? Are they typically all filled up, even at heavy time, like Christmas time or something like that?
So Walmart has done internal studies across their entire store fleet to determine what they feel is the adequate number for pickup stalls at a certain store. Some stores, where there's not a lot of traffic, may have as few as 16 to 18 stores, based on the data that they have as far as customers that go to this Fishkill Walmart. They feel that this store meets the criteria to have 45 pickup stalls due to the amount of traffic that comes in and out of that store for any given day. Peak hour, they design it for peak hours, so you're looking at right after work when there's going to be a rush of traffic coming in for those pickup orders. So they just want to have enough adequate space, so if the entire town decides they want to go to Walmart to pick up groceries that afternoon for dinner, they have enough space dedicated to pick up instead of having people parking in the regular parking area, waiting for a space to open, then driving over to the pickup area and just going through that process.
What's the normal wait time?
So the normal wait time is anticipated to be 5 to 10 minutes. So you pull up, you get on your phone, get on your app, you say, I'm in stall 3, and it's supposed to be out in 5 to 10 minutes.
Wow.
So that's another reason for,
That's
we mentioned
fast.
this on the parking for the bigger project.
Service
But
merchandise?
the reduction in parking for this is kind of counteracted because the people won't be in the stalls as long. They'll pull up to the stall, get their pickup order, and then leave the store immediately.
Okay, and this is going to be on the east side of the building?
That's correct, yes.
But fortunately, that's not visible from Route 9.
That's the side that's visible from Route 9.
Well, it's not, but it's not visible because there's a
tree.
a large number of trees in between.
But I'm looking at where they have.
I mean, these are not high
That's-
signs.
That's not my point.
That's correct. These are not, these are just, so these
Yeah,
signs are going to
stalls.
be,
I wasn't worried about the signs. I'm talking about the traffic pattern now,
right.
because they're not going to go out by the light. They might go out by the gas station.
Oh, but yeah, so that doesn't have anything to do with the signs that we were talking
I
about.
wasn't talking, but again, I was looking now at the traffic pattern.
Oh, okay, I understand what you're saying.
You know, if you're cutting across, you're going to cut across.
Because right now, those other ones on the other side.
Right.
Yes, correct. So the pickup is currently in this location here.
Yes.
By Sam's.
Yep.
Correct. And it is now.
So now it's going to go to the
being
opposite side where the
proposed-
garden center is.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
I understand what he's
Now they're
trying to
gonna-
say is that, and I'll be as guilty as anybody else, I cut through the gas station.
Correct.
Oh, yeah,
So
yeah.
you come
Park
through
from far
this,
away.
yep, come through this little area here.
Yeah,
Sorry, it's
yeah,
got, that pop-up's coming up, but there's an entrance right here at this gas station as opposed to coming up to
And
this.
then you got to
entrance.
cross over to
Yeah, I
get
know,
out,
that's a pain in
and
the
that's
neck.
what I was talking about.
That's a pain
That was
in the neck.
that was a traffic problem.
Okay. That is an issue.
All right,
And
well, anyway.
45 stalls there?
45 stalls here,
So,
yes.
yeah, getting back to that, the 45 stalls and the 45 signs, Is there a way that somehow those signs could be consolidated so that the same information can be provided to the parking space occupants, but it doesn't have to be on 45 separate signs necessarily?
We can go back to Walmart and we can see if they're agreeable to adjusting the signage, if that is something the township wants to see. I can't guarantee anything because it's, like I said, that's their prototypical setup for their pickup area. But if that's the only way to get approval, then I'm sure there'll be some way to adjust it.
Might be a
Chair,
weird question,
when
but that...
When this was originally approved,
Yes.
it was approved with all the lots, all the cars that we have now. Now, we're going to add 45 more parking spots. Are we losing 45 some other place?
So we're not losing 45 stalls. For this project, I think we're losing 4 parking spaces. Let's see.
So they've basically gained 41 more parking spaces.
So the 45 stalls are going, so the 45 pickup stalls are just replacing existing parking stalls. So there's currently 45 stalls
they're already
that
there.
that are already there, that will now be designated as pickup parking stalls.
Okay.
Yeah, nobody parks there. But I was going to say, being that we, go to this building, so odd question, but at times, in seasonal times, they put a lot of sea containers and trailers out there.
Right.
Is that now not going to happen, I guess?
They would not use that area for seasonal storage.
Okay, all right, that's fine.
Okay. All right, yeah, so we'd appreciate if you can get us some more information on that sign configuration.
Absolutely. I can get some pictures just so you have it, you can see what it looks like at other stores. We can ask the question to Walmart, have they come across different localities where they've had to consolidate some of their signage, and we can provide those answers to the board just so you're aware of kind of where they are on that point.
Okay, great.
Give us the tax dollars.
The county also brought up, they like the idea of the bike racks, which I forget if the previous proposal had included bike racks, but this one does.
Yes.
And the county suggested using what they call inverted U bike racks.
Correct, yeah, so I think that's the standard bike rack that Walmart uses on their stores. So we have details that the architects will provide on their plans that will have the inverted U bike racks.
Okay. And the county also, as we do, support the EV charger that's proposed there.
Yes.
And the county even extended that by suggesting that perhaps other areas of the site might be able to have some EV chargers for future use. That's sort of above and beyond this particular proposal, but, it's certainly something for Walmart to think about.
Right, and I will let you know, just so that you're aware, that Walmart is starting to look more into the EV charging, not only for their own vehicles for delivery, but for customer parking. That's one of their big initiatives that they're trying to look towards, so that is something that you may see in the future for the store here and any other Walmart that you may go to. They're looking at trying to get some EV chargers into the lots. They're just trying to figure out logistics at this point.
Yeah, no, that's good. Any other questions or comments from the board? So I think one thing we can do tonight, we had a suggestion from CPL that this could be classified as an unlisted action. Dominic, are you okay with that?
Of course.
Okay. Would someone like to make a motion to classify this as an unlisted action? And I'd suggest conducting an uncoordinated review under seeker. I don't think there's any reason we have to coordinate with other agencies.
So moved.
Fred moves it. Ravi seconds it. Any further discussion?
No.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, that passes. Okay, so we look forward to, hearing your responses to what we discussed tonight and seeing what additional information you can provide.
Okay.
All right.
So I guess there's no, we'll need to respond to everything discussed today before we do a public hearing and every.
I think so. I think,
Okay.
I think we're not far from a public hearing, but I think the next step will be to submit the things we
Yep.
discussed tonight, and then we'll.
Perfectly understandable. We'll provide comment response to Mr. Bodendorf's memo, to the county's memo, and we'll also provide the pictures and other information related to the pickup signage for the board. We'll get that all over to Debbie as soon as possible so we can get the next steps scheduled.
Thank you.
Great, we appreciate it.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Have a great night.
Thanks, you too. All right, not bad. Okay, so the last actual item tonight is companion pet hospital and dog training facility, amendment to site development plan, and amendment to special use permit. Board to review the submission made by the applicant's representative on September 27, 2023. Welcome.
Good evening. I'm Eric Rogie with Hudson Land Design. I'm the engineer for the project.
Good to see you again. Why don't you give us an update on your recent submission? I understand you've made some changes to the plan that we saw, over a year ago?
I think the last time we were here was June 2022.
Yeah, yeah.
That was a while ago.
Yes.
Yeah.
I was beginning to wonder.
Get smaller there. So yeah, since we were last here, we scaled back the project a bit. There was a third detached building. I think it was an animal dispatch building that was removed, and the phasing was eliminated. So it's just going to be a single-phase project now. So it will only consist of an expansion of the existing animal hospital and then the construction of the dog training facility. The plans we submitted are much more detailed than what we had the last time. I think we had more of a conceptual submission, but they're more fleshed out now with the grading and stormwater design. Everything other than landscaping and lighting was completed. I figure once we get to a good site layout, then we'll finish those things. We also did soil testing for the sewage disposal, and that was witnessed by the county, and they've confirmed our flow calculations for the system. So we have it designed. When we're ready, we'll be going to the health department on that. I saw the letter from your engineer, and I didn't see anything major, no major concerns that I could see that would be deal breakers. So the one interesting thing about this project is it's right on the county line. So we had to do a bit of research. I think that's why it took so long for us to get back to you. There was a gore between Dutchess and Putnam County. There's a few acres that nobody owned. Neither county claimed it, but it seems like it's a gore, but Putnam is taxing it. So it seems like it's Phillipstown, maybe. So we put them down as an outside agency approval for a very tiny portion of the building. I think it's like 100 square foot of the building. We haven't approached the town of Phillipstown yet. We figured we would go through, get the secret process started in Fishkill, and then bring them in as well.
So they're on the downhill. The building's up here, and then you have a slight downhill, and then you have the wetlands, or sort of lowlands.
Yeah, it's a low area.
All right, and that building's going to be partly in the lowland area?
Well, it's going to be up on the hill just behind the existing building.
So it's not going to be dropped down, okay.
No, I think the first floor elevations are pretty similar. It's all up high. There's no floodplains, there's no flooding that I can see out there. It's all beautiful soils in that area. I think it might have been mined in the past.
Why not? All the rest of the area has been.
And so the water service is going to be from the village of Fishkill. They have a main, it's on the other side of Route 9, it's on the west side. So we have an existing water service, we still need to determine if we can share the water service between the two buildings or if we need a new water service.
What, do you have a well now?
No, it's water, it's on Village of Fishkill water.
Oh, so you're already on the water?
Yes.
So you don't have to bring it across?
Well, it's a separate building, we need to figure out if both buildings can share the water service, if it's large enough. Unfortunately, it's on the other side of the road. There's a water main on the east side, but it's raw water, so we can't tie into it. But that will be something to discuss with the DOT if that happens. Other than that, there's no work in the right-of-way. So if you have any questions, I can answer them for you.
Well, why don't we have John Bodendorf go through the CPL engineering memo, and then we'll see if there are any other questions or comments from board members.
Yeah, as Eric mentioned, they did put a lot more detail into the submission. They submitted a SWIP. We did have some comments on that, but nothing that I would call a major concern in terms of our comments. For seeker, again, we believe it could be classified as an unlisted action. We had a couple minor comments on the EAF. We mentioned the need for the town of Phillipstown to be involved, and obviously health department approval. Have you approached the village yet regarding the water, or
Yes.
have they given any indication as to what they want to do there? I mean, it would be nice if you didn't have to bring another connection across, but.
Now, we need to figure out the water demand for the new building versus the original building and the water size. Right now, we're assuming we need a separate connection.
Okay. Okay. So there will be more on that, and just some minor comments on the plans, some adjustment, revisions to the schedule of bulk regulations. They mentioned they may need to change the fence detail, so for the dog training area, I believe. So there may be additional details needed there.
Yeah, I don't think I provided a detail yet. I'm not sure
Okay.
exactly what type of fence it'll be. It'll be behind the building.
And then this was a repeat comment about whether or not there's going to be any odor control measures necessary. And I guess you're looking into that, correct?
Well, I'm going to check, but typically it's bagged and put in a dumpster.
Okay.
So it shouldn't be an issue.
So the fenced area behind the dog training facility, is that like just kennels? Like,
It's outdoor runs to let the dogs out to go to the bathroom, or if I think they do some potential outdoor training out there, but nothing, no animals are left out there.
Or not for like any extended period of time? Okay.
What are the hours of the dog training facility?
That's a good question. So the actual train.
This is
Hi, I'm Dr. Jen Kunis. I'm the owner of Companion Pet Hospital. So at the training facility, they have sort of not regular business hours. They do consults with pet owners, and then they do sort of a board and train protocol where they like house pets and train them while the owners are away. So it's not like hours of operation where like people will be coming and going at all hours of the night. Pets will be in the building overnight, but not out and about. I don't know if there's like a specific question you have about the hours.
All right, I took my dog out to Idaho for training, and I had to leave her for a week.
Yeah.
Is it that type of a training?
Yes.
The dog was great after that.
So right now, Instinct is the name of the company that does the training, and they have franchises in Harlem, in New Jersey, and expanding now into the Hudson Valley. Currently, while we've been working on this project for the last year, they've been working out of a rental house, and with no comments from any of the neighbors about noise, odor, anything. So I don't foresee that being an issue whatsoever.
Is outdoor lighting intended for that area behind?
No, because I don't think they're going to be like out and about overnight. And it certainly wouldn't be like spotlights for overnight. If anything, it would just be like maybe up until 8 o'clock. That's currently what we have for the lighting at the hospital, where it's like on for motion detectors and then it goes off.
Okay.
No, that's okay.
What's the maximum number of dogs?
Yeah.
At one time?
I don't know. Is that in our plan?
Well, how many kennels are you going to have?
40 cages.
Well, how many cages?
40 cages.
Yeah, I'm not sure because that's part of the plan with Instinct, so I don't actually know the number of that.
Well, that would be important to know.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so I had just made a note to myself that some of these questions relate to kind of the need for a description of the overall facility operations, that just to give some of this detail, a little bit more, so we have that to refer to on the record.
But how many will be outside,
They're not going to be outside. So they're not meant to be housed. So they're patients that are in the hospital and they're being boarded there for a medical purpose, which is a behavioral issue that they're being treated for. So when they go outside, it's not just to go outside, they're going out with a person who's taking them outside for the purpose of voiding, and then they come back in. So they're not going to be out and housed outdoors with multiple dogs at a time. Is not the intention or the purpose of what we're doing here. It's not like a puppy daycare where if you've passed by a place where there's just a yard of dogs outside playing, that's cute, that's not the intention of this project. So like the outdoor facility is really just for the purpose of taking them outside to eliminate, not necessarily for staying out and about all day.
What are the hours of the hospital right now?
We're open until, it depends on the day, but between 5 and 7 o'clock is when we close, and we open at 8 a.m.
Okay.
Monday through Friday, and then Saturdays, we have a part day from 8:30 to 1:30.
Not knowing what the training area fence is going to look like, there could be the potential need or desire for some screening. You got the property to the south and visibility from Route 9. I don't know what the fence is going to look like, so hard to say whether or not that would be something we would want, but something to think about.
Yeah, so the design of the building and the interior, as you can see from this picture, is basically just a block. So we haven't gotten to any of our design yet,
Understood, yeah.
because it was all sort of contingent on whether or not we were given permission to use the property for the purpose.
Yeah, fair enough. I think it's more of a
Yeah.
down-the-road consideration.
Yeah, so I think based on the cover letter that was submitted by Eric, it's kind of clear that this is somewhat, maybe a little beyond, but kind of more in the way of a conceptual plan and design, which you'll be providing further details on things like landscaping and lighting. So some of the comments that you've heard so far, would have to do with, fleshing out all those details in future submissions. And, again, I think the board would appreciate some kind of a operational description of the whole, the expansion of the hospital, as well as the dog training facility and how things are going to are going to operate on the site, hours of operation, all those things, so it's all in one place that we can, review and put together our thoughts on.
Can I ask a question? So would it be appropriate then for the owner of Instinct to be present at the next scheduled meeting? Because she, as the business owner for that training facility, would have more information for you guys.
Probably would be, and also if she can put together, some answers to the questions that have already been answered here, but she probably has more information, and put it together in sort of a one-page synopsis of operations for that facility.
Mhm.
And if that's submitted ahead of time, then, and if she's attending the next meeting, I think that would be helpful.
Okay.
In terms of the seeker classification, I mean, we could certainly classify it. I'm not sure we're prepared yet to do a lead agency circulation notice, because I think there's a lot more information we're going to need on this. So I'm not even sure if classifying the action as unlisted would be that important tonight. Maybe it would be better to just wait until we get the follow-up information we're asking for. And again, we will need more information regarding the lighting plan, the landscaping plan, screening and fencing, all those details, and that'll all be necessary before we send the referral to the county planning department as well.
Yeah, we did that with the incomplete last time. So
Yeah,
we're sitting there as
so
well.
I would not recommend sending another one that the county's just going to say is incomplete again until we have more details on the proposal. So, I mean, I guess at this point, if board members can give some sort of indication of the changes in the plan, where the plan is going, certainly looks like some improvements in terms of the impacts on the neighborhood because of the smaller, proposal at this point. I don't know if board members have any other questions or comments at this point.
Yeah, actually,
No.
just out of curiosity, how close is the nearest house around this facility?
I'd have to look. It might be on the other side of the road. I don't know the distance exactly. Maybe 300 feet from the building, this closest lot here.
Okay.
And I'd have to look at the aerial and verify it, but it's not right adjacent because there's a road, there's a right of way, and then the houses are on the other side of the road. And then on the opposite side, there's I believe, a mobile home park on the very far end of the field.
The senior mobile home park.
What did I say?
Senior mobile.
Senior.
Senior?
55 and over, a lot of disabilities.
Okay. Good to know.
They came out to see us before.
Yes.
One thing I think we had mentioned with the earlier proposal is that this proposal may be subject to the recently enacted aquifer protection overlay zone regulations that the town has now. So you might want to check in with the building department and see if that may be the case. There are some maps that are filed along with that local law that adopted that overlay zone.
Okay, I'll check that.
And then it looks like there's a lot of stuff on the seeker information regarding the long-eared bat and timber rattlesnake habitats, the archaeological site sensitivity. I think CPL may have mentioned some of this in their memo, but also presence of an aquifer, again, for the aquifer protection zone. Yeah. The water question, and then the, obviously this, I think as we heard at the last version of it, there's going to be some concerns on the part of neighbors who live across Carroll Lane. So again, certainly screening and landscaping is going to be important.
Yeah, I added screening, and I saw their comment letter from the last, and
Yeah.
I added in some screening, because that's what they were looking for.
Yeah, so we'll need details on that. And ultimately, well, not ultimately, but not too far off, we'll need building elevations with materials, colors, textures for the addition and the new building.
Yeah, that's all being worked on right now. I think we should be able to get that in, something in for the next submission deadline.
Okay. All right, so we'll wait and see what you can submit for, so the submission deadline for the November 9th meeting is October 25th, I think, Debbie?
Yes, that is correct.
So, see what you can do to get stuff in by then. And then we'll pick up discussions at the next meeting.
Okay, so is there any, will we be able to make any progress on the seeker front?
After you make your submission.
Yeah, I think.
After the next submission? Okay.
Yeah, I think there's enough information that we need to fill in before we can, we can make a classification, but it doesn't really do any good to just classify the project without then doing the lead agency notice of intent and circulation of that. So we'll do it all together at the next opportunity.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So again, I think it's going in the right direction compared to what we saw last time, but I think there's still, a good bit more work to do on it and get all the details into us.
Okay, all right, I'll get everything in for the next meeting, and we can talk more.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yep, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
It's kind of like a combined use call. Totally understandable.
Okay. That's it. I don't have anything else. If board members have anything else you want to bring up?
I guess what's the submittal deadline for the next meeting?
I think I just mentioned that.
Oh, you just did. See, I'm
Wednesday, October 25th.
All right. Motion to adjourn then.
I did have one question before we motion to adjourn.
Go ahead.
Talking about that email that we received from Russ and Nanette about
You
the...
missed that discussion.
I missed it, so what happened with that?
Yeah, I'm going to meet Larry Paggi out there to take a look at things.
Okay, great, yeah,
I'll
because
let
I
you
think
know.
that's important to
Yep.
look at. Thank
See
you.
what you get for coming late? Even 2 minutes.
Yeah, Felix.
I missed it all. All right, I will second that, let's go.
All right. Thanks for taking over as chair.
Oh, yeah, no, I would plan on asking him to come as well.
Good stuff.